Mm, 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 mm. What can make me feel this way? All right, I'm live, y'all. Hey, hello, hello. Hey, Derek. First one in the room. What's up? I gotta respond to your message. Please be patient with me, Derek. I know you are though. Thanks for being so understanding and patient with me. I was just saying the other day, I was like, sometimes you gotta just embrace the dark side of your sign. As a Sagittarius, sometimes I can be a bit uh I hate to even admit the dark side, like some of my dark side is Sagittarius traits, but I'll say uh getting overwhelmed. That's a good way to put it. Getting overwhelmed and biting off more than you can chew, being kind of not really good with like communication in terms of timeliness. That's a big Sagittarius problem. And I be trying to explain that to my clients, like the ones that are usually most of my clients are women, right? So a lot of the ones that are dating men that are either Sagittarius suns or they got planets in Sagittarius, it could be a Sagittarius rising. And one of their main complaints is, when I text him, he could, the whole day could go by and he don't respond until much later, or 2 days could go by and he don't respond. And I keep telling them, I'm like, don't take it personal. That's a Sagittarius thing. And I have to put myself in there. I'd be like, look, I'm a Sagittarius, so I can totally relate. I'm like that too. We're just not good at like constant rapid communication, especially if it's not the person is not, if we're not face to face with somebody and we get a text or an email, and if it's not like totally immediate in terms of concerns, we will a lot of times we'll look at it and then we'll be like, okay, we'll get back to that later. And then later turns into 5 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours. And then you look up and you're like, oh shit, I forgot to respond to this person. It be really like that. And that's one of our weaknesses. So I always be like, please, you know, forgive me. Cause sometimes I can be a little, it's hard for me to keep up with messages and stuff like that. But yeah. And my Sagittarius son, he has the same issue. He's just like me when it comes to like not responding to text messages and being hard to reach sometimes and all that. So yeah. But yeah, sometimes you just gotta accept some of the negative sides of your sign and say, you know what? I know I'm like this, but I'm working on it. I'm a work in progress, which we all are basically. Nobody has ever reached perfection. I would at least say, we can get close to it, but we can't ever really achieve total perfection. Hey, Abu, what's up, Abu? I'm here for you tonight. Yes. And before I get into the main, you said, so you're two timing them. Nah, I don't two time anybody. Actually, I'm one of those real loyal true blue type of people. Like if I rock with you, I'm gonna rock with you hard, long and hard, unless you do something messed up to me. And even if you do something messed up to me, I'm really forgiving. So you would really have to do something unforgivable to me for me to be like, I'm not messing with you at all. Hey, sacred artist. Let's see, we got some diggable planets in the house. Dr. Ken, sacred artist, Sky Rhyme. And I'm just gonna shoot the breeze a little bit, let some people come in the room before I get into the main topic. But I do want to say happy Gemini season once again. Happy birthday to all the Geminis, and also happy Father's Day. Do we have any fathers in the chat right now? I know most of my viewers are women, but I do have some male viewers. Some are fathers, but I don't know if there are any fathers up in here tonight. But yeah, happy Father's Day. Shout out to my father. I'm very grateful that my father was in my life because a lot of people don't have that. You know what I mean? And it's a big deal when you don't have a father in your life, or if your father is a jackass, or if he's abusive in some type of way. And I'm just grateful that I have a father that he wasn't none of that. He wasn't abusive. He wasn't a cheater. At least not that I know of when it came to him being with my mother. Um, he was always gentle, sensitive, um, but manly and masculine at the same time. Like my dad was a man's man, like because he was a blue collar worker. He's retired now, but he's always been a blue collar worker, construction mainly. And then he did like custodial work. He was chief custodian at the Omni Hotel in Atlanta at one point. Um, and then he tried to have his own janitorial company at one point. I remember I must have been like around 7 or 8 years old. And I remember him even getting like business cards printed up, but that didn't really like go through, like that didn't really transpire into anything, unfortunately. Yes, happiest solar return, Gemini. Jupiter going wild said, being rejected by my father's side of the family is very hurtful. Yeah, I know it is. Blazing Black Dolphin said, what's your father's zodiac? My dad is an Aquarius, Taurus rising, and he got a Cancer moon. Both my mother and father are Aquarius. So, kind of makes sense how they produced me, having two Aquarian parents. Aquarius rules astrology. So, hey. And I will say this, growing up with two Aquarian parents made me tough because they both of them were the type of parents where they really didn't want to see you cry. They didn't like you to get all emotional and stuff. So I had to keep a lot of my emotions inside. I had to keep it all wrapped up because my parents weren't the type of parents where if they saw you crying, they'd be like, oh, what's wrong? They'd be like, what are you crying for? I'll give you something to cry about. So yes, I'll say this, they were very good parents in terms of like the basics, like providing you with what you need. And I liked again that because they were both Aquarius, they made me into who I am in terms of just being strong, like strong minded and also independent. Because both of them, they didn't play about that dependency shit. They was like, y'all 18, get the hell out. And that's very much baby boomer parents too. Baby boomer parents, they really didn't show much sympathy, and they really wasn't trying to have you stick around too long once you became an adult. At least my parents and a lot of other parents. I know there were some baby boomer parents where they were more sensitive and closer to their children and stuff like that. But again, I really don't have any complaints about the way I was raised because I was raised to have good sense. I was raised to have intelligence because both of my parents are intelligent, very intelligent. I was raised to have morals and ethics. I was raised to basically to treat people the way I want to be treated. So yeah, I really don't have any complaints about either of my parents. We all go through stuff with our parents and stuff, but like bottom line, like when it comes to all that, the whole picture, I'm grateful for the parents that I have. And namely because it's Father's Day. That's why I was speaking about my father. I'm grateful to him. But yeah. Yeah, baby boomers, they were rough. And it's funny, they were rough on their children, but they are the generation that had it the easiest. They were able to go to college for practically nothing. They were able to buy a home for cheap, even though the pay was much less back then. Their dollar still went a longer way than where it's going now. Blazing Black Dolphin said Aquarius moon mothers are just like Capricorn moons, but worse. All right. So before I get into the main topic, I got a couple of things I want to discuss. So one of the things I want to share with y'all is where I was today. Hold on. So let me share my screen. Right? You ever be filled with so much gratitude that you want to cry? Like, I know I can have this hard exterior. Let me pull up the live stream on my phone. Hold on. Oh, and I got to make sure I set up the live stream too. Hold on. I know sometimes I can have this hard exterior, but I am very sentimental. I am very like, I am very much like touch, like things touch me and I just want to cry about stuff. So today was one of those days where I was so touched and I wanted to like cry. And I almost did cry just thinking about today. So let me tell y'all where I was today. So a couple of days ago, my daughter asked me what I was doing today. My Pisces daughter, the second one. And I was like, I didn't have any reading scheduled for Sunday. So I was like, okay. Yeah, I don't have anything really to do on Sunday. So she was like, good. So she was like, we're gonna go somewhere. She was like, do you want me to tell you where we're going? I was like, or she was like, or do you want me to keep it a surprise? And I was like, keep it a surprise. So she was like, okay. So this was like a post Mother's Day gift because she didn't have a chance to do something. She did take me to dinner for Mother's Day, but she wanted to do something else. So she got a chance to do it now. So so the night, it was like 2 nights before, or maybe the night before. No, it was 2 nights before. So 2 nights before um today, I'm looking at my transits and I see that Mars is about to enter my fourth house. And Mars enters my fourth house today. And I'm like, oh, I know where she's taking me because we had talked about this place before. So I was like, oh, I know where she's taking me off of that Mars transit. And so I went to my daughter. I was like, oh, I have an idea where you're taking me. And she was like, where? I was like, the music museum. And she was like, yeah. She was like, how'd you guess? So I told her about the transit. I was like, well, Mars and Taurus is entering my fourth house today. And I was like, you know, that could deal with me going to a music museum. And especially, and I said, because of this transit, I know I'm going to have a good time. I know I'm going to like it. And she was like, I know you will. Cause y'all know I love music. So this museum was pretty far out. So it was like maybe hour drive away, but drove there. It was only $20 admission. So that was really good. And as you can see, here's a picture of George Benson. And they featured a bunch of artists and musicians and stuff. There was all these musical instruments from all around the world, and they had it in sections per country and continent. Oh my God, it was mind blowing. And I was saying to myself, oh, that would be so great if they had a section for George Benson. And I turned the corner, and sure enough, here's George Benson. And I was like, oh my God, if you don't know who George Benson is, he's this great jazz guitarist. And he was really popular in the 70s and 80s. But yes, I love some George Benson. So when I saw this tribute to him, I was just like, and that's one of his guitars. Then I saw Carlos Santana. They had a little tribute to him with one of his guitars. So I love Carlos Santana. So I was just in my element. And then Prince, because I was telling my daughter, we went through most of the museum. And I was like, okay, where is Prince? I was like, I'm expecting to see some section about Prince. And she was like, of course you're going to see Prince. Because she had been here already. Because my daughter was in the marching band in high school. So they went to this museum a few times. So here we go to the section with the Prince. And that purple piano is one of the pianos that he played at a concert. And I had, even though you see where it's kind of cordoned off where you're really not supposed to cross that barrier, I did touch it. I touched the piano. I was like, I gotta touch something that Prince had his hands on. So I did touch that piano. I was just like, oh my God. So yeah, that's his gold microphone, one of his gold microphones. So it says microphone Hanover, Germany, 1990, gold plated aluminum Sennheiser electronic maker. This microphone is from a batch built for Prince and it's plated in pure gold. Pure gold plated. Okay. And then here's a side view of the piano, you know, more of a close-up view. And it says beautiful on the side. And there's a picture of Prince. If you can see it down here toward, it's the bottom right. That's a picture of Prince performing, and he's standing on top of this piano that you see right here. So yes, I was able to touch that piano. And then here is one of Prince's costumes that he wore during his live performances in the lime green. And they had a little tidbit of information about his shoes. As you can see, they're showing the shoe right here in this little information. And they talked about how his high heel boots were reinforced because he danced so hard, he would wear out regular heels. So he had to get his heels reinforced. Everything that Prince wore was custom made. He had his own tailors and designers in-house. This is some image that I saw. I can't remember what country this was, but I think it's from like Tibet, maybe, or I can't remember. But no, it might actually be. I wish I would have remembered where this is from. And then I was so happy that they had a hip hop section. I was like, oh, that's so dope. I was like, that's LL Cool J right there. Looked like those are the chains he used to wear. But yeah, that definitely looked like they modeled that after LL Cool J. Remember he did that song, I Can't Live Without My Radio, and he had the Kango hat. Just a few more, just wanted to share. And here's Big Back Bob. I think he's from like, I wish I remember where these people, like these images are from, like what country. But this might have been, what country do they play the accordion? Like Hungary. This could have been maybe Hungary, but I'm not sure. Y'all could tell me if y'all are familiar with this big back dude. But I was like, this is a picture that could serve as a reminder not to overeat. Like you don't want to get a big back like that. And then this is the picture that I posted in the community tab when I told y'all I was going live. So some of y'all must have been like, what the hell is that? Now, when I saw this picture and I was like, yeah, I'm going to post it to the community tab because it kind of relates to tonight's subject, Sun opposition Saturn, because I'm looking at the white figure as being the sun and this black figure in the back being Saturn. So as you can see, tonight's video is about Sun opposition Saturn. So some of y'all might have that aspect in your chart. So I'll be getting into that in a minute. And then this is the biggest cello in the world. This picture doesn't do it justice. Like when you see it, like it's huge. I would say it's like maybe 15 feet high or tall, because I don't even have like the whole neck of that cello didn't even fit into the picture. But yeah, that was amazing. And then this is from, I forget where this is from. Damn, I wish I could remember where this was from. Might be from one of the Caribbean. No, but there's a banjo right here. So it can't be from the Caribbean. But anyway, and then this is a guitar that the Beatles, if you could kind of see the Beatles are drawn on here. But that was a very beautiful guitar. And then here's some steel guitar called a vibrola. But yeah, so anybody that's into music and loves like instruments and stuff, consider going to this museum. It's in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. And yeah, it's really nice. I had a great time. So yeah, I was getting all choked up because I went to this museum today and it was so sweet of my daughter to do that for me. And then I was getting choked up about my dad listening to some music and stuff. And it makes sense because Marge is in my fourth house right now. So I'm going to be extra sensitive and reminiscing about past stuff, and things are going to be touching my soul and all that type of stuff. All right. Now, before we do the Sun opposition Saturn, I do got to talk about an update on my most recent video, the one about Danielle Johnson. So, remember Danielle Johnson, the astrologer? She committed murder and suicide. And I did a reading about her and talking about the aspects of her chart that basically brought about the circumstances that led to the murder and suicide. So one of my viewers reached out to me and she was just saying that she used to follow Danielle and she found this article written in Rolling Stone. So she sent me the link, but I couldn't read the article because they wanted you to sign up for a subscription. And I'm like, I'm not about to do that. So thankfully, I told her that I couldn't read the article, but thankfully she sent me some screenshots of the article. And the crazy part was I was kind of kicking myself because in the article, it's stating that Jalen, Danielle's boyfriend, the one that she killed, was bisexual. And that prior to getting with Danielle, he had a boyfriend. And I think they even interviewed the boyfriend or something like that. And basically, Danielle was trying to change him from being bisexual into being just totally straight. The article also mentioned that she was doing spells to help the relationship, improve the relationship, help to keep him, with her and all that type of stuff. So that confirms what I was saying about the spell work. About him being bisexual, the crazy thing is, when I was preparing for that reading, I saw, aspects in his chart that could very well deal with him being bisexual or gay. And then I was like, well, let me give him the benefit of the doubt and just, go with him just being, deceptive. And that's that Mars square Neptune. But Mars square Neptune can play out in some cases as a guy that is confused about his sexuality or that he's hiding something about his sexuality. And then he had Mars square Uranus, which can deal with a guy that is gay or bisexual, but he's not really comfortable being out about it. But I had a feeling if I would have went that route and talked about him possibly being gay or bisexual, and that was what I was going with initially, because I was like, is this dude on the down low? And she caught him with a man. And then I was like, well, I don't want to be too speculative like that, because not every man that has Mars square Neptune and Mars square Uranus is going to be gay or bisexual. And people tend to jump on my case when I do say that somebody's gay or bisexual, because they'll be like, you always calling somebody gay or whatever. But no, so that is what came out in the Rolling Stone article. So to me, that makes a lot of sense about what I said about he was probably trying to break up with her. Like he did want to leave her, and his family members, according to Rolling Stone, some of them were like warning him and telling him to get out now and stuff like that. But yeah, so what I said about Jalen still stands, because I said that he was prone to be deceptive. He was prone to be a liar. And basically, by being with Danielle, he's not being really real about his sexuality. Because honestly, he's probably more gay than bisexual. But for some reason, he got with Danielle. And it wasn't really for money's sake. And it could have just been because he got Mars square Neptune. He's trying to hide his true sexuality. So by getting with a woman, which a lot of men that are questioning their sexuality do, or men that are straight up gay do, just so they can hide, being on the down low. So that was probably the reason why he got with her. And I remember even thinking when I was preparing for the video, I was like, they don't seem like a likely match. Like it seemed like it didn't seem like they were a good match, just in terms of looking at both of them together. But yeah, so I just wanted to talk about that real quick, about what came out in that Rolling Stone article. But yeah, according to Rolling Stone, she was doing spells on him. And they said that they first met when he joined this coven that I think either she was in or she created the coven. And remember, I was talking about how a dude, like in the video, I was talking about how these dudes will get with women that do spells. They know they do spells, but they'll still get with them and trust them and stuff like that. And I was just like, these men gotta like really think about that. But yeah, crazy story. So I was just giving an update on Danielle Johnson, the video I just recently did. Yeah. Thank you, Jupiter. All right, so let's get into the main topic of discussion. Let's get rid of this. Now, this one is going to be a heavy one. And I was coming up with like so many like possible scenarios or possible manifestations of this one aspect. And I just wanted to keep giving more and more and more. That's how I am about aspects, because you can take just one aspect and talk at length about it and spend the next 6 hours talking about that one aspect and its possible manifestations, especially when you start taking into account like the signs, because you can have Sun opposition Saturn and it could be in 6 different ways. So for instance, you could have Sun in Cancer opposition Saturn in Capricorn, or you could have Sun in Gemini opposition Saturn in Sagittarius, or Sun in Sagittarius opposition Saturn in Gemini. So again, just that one opposition, you can spend hours talking about it and chopping it up about how it could play out and how it can manifest. And yes, I do have some celebrity examples. All right, so let me share my screen. And y'all might have heard me say this before, but I'm like so fascinated. There's a couple of aspects in astrology that I'm like really fascinated with. And the opposition is one of them. The quincunx is another. And then when I think about the chief aspect, like the chief aspect of them all, that's the square. And I might even just do a video just about the square period, because I believe that it's the square that creates this world, if you get what I'm saying. But more on that on another day. Hey, NYC. NYC in the place to be. All right, let me get serious. All right. And sometimes I get giddy. Oh no, we ain't doing this. That's because I had that video. Oh, I forgot. See, I'm getting giddy about this. I get all giddy when I do some of these sponsored videos, because there's so many things that I'll like find and stuff, and I'm like about certain celebrities and stuff, and I'll be like, oh, I forgot I talked about, I forgot I put that in there. So there's one guy that has Sun opposition Saturn, and when I get to him, and that's why you see this thing right here. You see where it says security alert. References to external media objects have been blocked. If you choose to enable this content, you may be loading content from remote locations, blah, blah. You know why they're doing that? Because I have a video clip in this slideshow that's dealing with someone, and because of the content in that clip, they're basically blocking it. But all I have to do is click enable, and now I'll be able to play it. So, Sun opposition Saturn. I decided to use this quote to basically represent this aspect. If you ignore the mountain, doesn't mean mountain will ignore you too. And that's by Tanvir Mazhar. And I don't know who that is, but I was like, I like that quote. And the reason why I'm choosing this image of the mountain, and this is the image of Mount Everest. The reason why I'm choosing this image, and I chose this quote, is because when you have Sun opposition Saturn, it is like you're facing a mountain. And it's up to you to determine what you're going to do. Are you just going to stand there paralyzed in fear at that mountain and look at it like This is something I can never be able to climb. I can never be able to conquer. Or are you going to put your boots on, put your crampons on, strap on your backpack, get your rope, and start making your way up the mountain? And it could take a long time, and it could be tiring, and you may want to give up, but you keep seeing that summit up ahead, and that's what keeps you going. But you know you could be risking your life, or maybe risking something that you hold dear. So, yeah, it's like when you have Sun opposition Saturn, one of the ways you can view this aspect is that you're facing this mountain that is in front of you, and this mountain can symbolize a number of things. For a lot of people with Sun opposition Saturn, the mountain is representing something they're trying to achieve. It could be something professionally, but sometimes it could be something on a personal level. But yeah, the thing I love about oppositions is that unlike squares, oppositions give you more options. Opposition, options. And that's because you're dealing with a exchange of energy with the opposition, and both planets are interacting, or you could say both planets are engaged. Unlike the square, where the square is more inhibiting, and the square is more, you could say, kind of set, where Sun opposition Saturn, if you change your perspective or if you change how you do certain things, you can basically create opportunity, or at least take advantage of an opportunity that didn't exist before. Keep in mind that Saturn does rule opportunities. And also keep in mind that the opposition isn't always bad. It can just represent the nature of your work, or it could just represent what's going on around you. So it doesn't always have to be bad. It can sometimes be very good. So let's get into it. So this video has been sponsored by Abu Bakar. And Abu was one of my students. So Abu has a special place in my heart. All my students do. So thank you, Abu, for sponsoring this video. And I really had a good time preparing for it. Abu wants to know, you said, I've heard this aspect can manifest as death or being surrounded by death. I also know that chronic depression, suicide, feelings of inadequacy, being secluded, low self-image, issues with the father or children, issues with work are the manifestation. You see how knowledgeable he is? I'm telling you. Look, when I tell you Abu, it's highly intelligent, bright, brilliant, one of my brightest students. How can this aspect manifest in terms of my future children or my father, since both respective planets, Sun and Saturn, deals with children and father? So the Sun deals with children, but the Sun also deals with fathers. But Saturn deals with fathers too. And that's where it could be a little challenging to try to figure this out when you have Sun opposition Saturn. Keep in mind that when it comes to the planets will be interchangeable with different themes and different people. So on one hand, if we're talking about Sun opposition Saturn, that could pertain to an issue with a child. On another hand, it could deal with an issue with your father. On another hand, it could deal with an issue with the husband. How does this aspect reflect on my self-esteem, since Saturn is in my second house? How does this reflect on my finances? Sun in the 8th, Saturn in the 2nd. And you not just have Sun in the 8th, you got Sun conjunct Pluto in the 8th. That's some heavy energy to deal with, but that is some powerhouse energy too, very powerful. So Isaac, you said you have this aspect. Since more people have came in here, I just want to say again, happy Father's Day, if there's any fathers up in here. Speaking of fathers, isn't it funny we're doing Sun opposition Saturn and it's Father's Day? So speaking of father, let's get into the father in general. So Abu, what I'm doing right now is I'm going to talk about Sun opposition. Right now, I'm getting that New Jersey accent. I can hear it. Right now, I'm talking. I'm talking. Right now, I'm talking about Sun opposition Saturn. Right. Every now and then, the old Jersey girl comes out in me. Right now, we're talking about Sun opposition Saturn. Right. And it's Father's Day, and we're gonna start off with the father. But yeah, this is what I was gonna say, Abu. So Abu, what I'm doing right now is I'm talking about Sun opposition Saturn in the general sense without any signs being involved. And then I'm going to be talking about your opposition in particular, Sun in Sagittarius. Abu is a Sagittarius like me. Yes, that's my Sag brother. And then Saturn in Gemini. Kauai says Saturn's in my second house too. Don't cry about it. That's good. That's a good place for Saturn. Number one, it might start off teaching you some hard lessons about money, but it can result in having long money. You know what I mean? That long money. All right. Now, again, this is in general. So in some cases, with Sun opposition Saturn, your father is opposed to what you want to do. Also, sometimes following in your father's footsteps could be a theme, or maybe your father wants you to follow in his footsteps. And in some cases, with Sun opposition Saturn, your father may not be the father you wish he was. And in some cases, this can represent a fearsome father, a father that you're afraid of, a father that might be a bit intimidating or even a little oppressive, facing off with your father. So sometimes you might have a face off with your father or a stalemate or a standoff. And in some cases, again, like I said, the opposition doesn't have to be always bad. In some cases, the father is the mentor. So in some cases, especially if the person is following in their father's footsteps, the father becomes their mentor. Father is a dark cloud over your head. Now, some of y'all that have been with me for quite a while now, y'all have heard me talk about the opposition as being like a dark hallway or a dark corridor. So just picture it like this, if we're talking about the father. So picture you're in a hallway at one end of the hallway and you're looking towards the end of the hallway and here's your father standing there. Now, it depends on what your father's doing, and that's where the house placements and the signs come into play. So on one hand, like depending on what Saturn is in, you know, the father could be, let's say Saturn's in Capricorn. So that's like the father standing at the end of the hall, you standing at the other end, and he facing you. He got his arms folded, and he's giving you this look of either disappointment or, you know, where basically you know you're in trouble. If Saturn's in Leo, it could be more so dad's at the other end of the hall with his arms open, ready for you to run into his arms so he can embrace you. But maybe it's not easy for that to happen because there's some issue that is keeping the two of you separated. Because when we're dealing with the opposition, that's the furthest that two planets can be from each other. So a lot of times, even if the father is the mentor, there's still not this close relationship. It might be more professional than anything in some cases if the father is the mentor and the child follows in the father's footsteps. And in some cases, the child might feel like they can never measure up to the father, or where the father is never satisfied with what they produce or what they create. So in some cases, father could be a dark cloud over your head. And in some cases, the person could be very conditioned by the father's influence. Trying to measure up to your father. Father frowns upon or condemns your manner of self-expression. Awkward Letter 95 said, my Saturn is in Pisces, everywhere but there for me. That's a good way to put it. A lot of times Saturn and Pisces could represent a father that was weak in some way, or where he wasn't there, he abandoned you, or he got some issues with drugs or alcohol. Yeah, it's sad. All right, so let's get into life circumstances now that we covered the father. So on the positive end, because remember, oppositions can be positive as well as negative. So on the positive end, this is where your reputation precedes you. A lot of y'all heard of that term before, that saying. That basically means that you've built up this reputation of being this great person, or being this reliable person, or being the go-to person. So your reputation precedes you. Also, being honored and awarded. Saturn deals with honors and awards. Reaching the pinnacle of success. But again, because it's an opposition, something has to give. And always know that you can't do something on one side of the opposition without there being an effect on the other. The opposition is very much about cause and effect, which is why that Libra card, Justice card in tarot, is cause and effect. And Libra is representative of the opposition aspect in astrology because it's the first opposition. Aries opposing Libra. So reaching the pinnacle of success. And again, for you to get that success, a lot of times something has to be given up. Something has to be sacrificed because we're dealing with the opposition. So it could be, let's make it real simple. Sun in Cancer, opposition Saturn in Capricorn. This could be you are so successful in your career at the expense of your family. Let's say it's a woman that has that aspect. Sun in Cancer, opposition Saturn in Capricorn. Her chances of being a mother are slim to none because she put her career first. You know, she's the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. But now she's 49 years old, never been married, don't have any kids. Biological clock has been ticking. That's like an example of how that Sun opposition Saturn can play out when you're successful. Something has to give. So reaching the pinnacle of success. But, you know, for some people, success is everything. So they may not mind giving up that side of life. But for some people, and especially women, you know, that can be challenging. Being a pillar of your community. Being entrusted with a high level of responsibility. Being the organizer. So maybe creating an organization. And with that, if you were to create an organization with Sun opposition Saturn, basically you have to create it and let it go and let something else come into Saturn's place, if you get what I'm saying. So you create something and you let it go and work on something else. Because a lot of times, if you hold on to that like it's your baby, it's going to feel more like a burden. Being among the upper crust or government officials, but where you're not one of them. So let's say you are of the upper crust. You could be around government officials, but you're not a government official. You get what I'm saying? So for instance, let's say you're a celebrity, and through being a celebrity, you're meeting these dignitaries, you're meeting these heads of state, you're meeting these presidents and ambassadors and all this type of stuff. So you could be in that circle of people, but you are not one of them. And with that, that can come with some problems. No, you didn't, beloved. No, but for real, some people have that attitude. And you know what? It's fine. We're not all meant to have children. Now, time and time management. So when you have Sun opposition Saturn, you could be under a time crunch. Time is usually a major theme in your life. Time could be the enemy because the opposition can play out as an enemy. Time is running out. You might feel like you're short on time. And this is where the death theme can also come into play, Abu, where you may feel like you don't have time enough to accomplish certain things because you might be thinking about your mortality. You might be thinking about, like how I have here, your own mortality is a major theme. Death is looming over your head. So yes, Abu, in some cases, and not everybody that has this opposition has this feeling of death looming over their head, but a lot of them will be very conscious and contemplate their own mortality. And they might even say statements like, I want to do this before I die. Or they might say, what do you say time is like? Give me some like adages and phrases that deal with time, like time is of the essence, or time is money, time or you're not going to waste my time. But in some cases you might find, if you have Sun opposition Saturn, that somebody's always trying to waste your time. So you might have to start being more, firm with people when it comes to conversations, when it comes to situations, and really be conscious of the time that you're devoting to certain activities and whatnot and certain people. There's a song I love. It's a trip hop song by Quantic. It's called Time is the Enemy. I love that song. It's just instrumental. Creative or self-expression could be stifled at times. So there could be times where you just feel like you hit a wall when it comes to creativity. You may feel, and in the same vein, you may feel like you're not relevant anymore. So it's like that could be hard to deal with, especially if you were once popular, or you was once a big thing and everybody loved you and stuff. And then if you stop creating, if you stop producing, then you might be afraid that what you gain is going to be taken away. And that could be, people praising you or people showing you love and people loving what you do. Could come across as wooden or hardened at times. And this could have to deal with the way the person was raised, because going back to the self-expression, they might have been raised in a way where they really weren't able to express themselves freely. And that could have started with the father in some cases. More about life circumstances. Life could look bleak at times. So sometimes if we want to talk about the hallway or the corridor, at the other end of the corridor is depression and despair. Now, again, with the opposition, you have more of a choice than you do with the square. Like Sun opposition Saturn, in my opinion, can be more easily managed than Sun square Saturn. Because Sun square Saturn kind of like puts you in a box that's sealed up and taped up and stuff, and where somebody kind of has to let you out. But Sun opposition Saturn, that's more so where, like I said, you have more space, you have more room, and you can choose how you want that opposition to play out more so. And that can very much deal with the activities that you choose to put yourself in, as well as the people that you choose to put yourself around. But in some cases, the person is just dealing with this depression and despair, and they feel like there's no way out. And that's one of the problems with the opposition sometimes. Sometimes it can feel like there's no way out. So with Sun opposition Saturn, for some people, it could be hard to be truly happy or enjoy life, no matter how much you've accomplished. Take failure too hard. So some people with Sun opposition Saturn, they might take failure too hard, or they might see themselves as a failure, may never be able to get over failures, resulting in hangups and inhibitions. Can be a dark corridor of degradation or self-doubt. So Saturn, Saturn is Satan, it's the devil. And the devil likes to fill your head with self-doubt. And the devil can very much be about degrading you and making you feel less than. So this Sun opposition Saturn can represent the devil that's on your back, or the devil that is at the end of that hallway telling you that you're not good enough, sowing seeds of doubt in your head. Catch-22 situations. So a catch-22 situation is this. It says if you describe a situation as a catch-22, you mean it is an impossible situation because you cannot do one thing until you do another thing, but you cannot do the second thing until you do the first thing. It's a catch-22 situation here. Now, with the catch-22 situations, hey, Marcus, you said, is a trioctal the same as an opposition? Because that's what I have. I don't even deal with the octal aspect. So, yeah, I wouldn't say it's the same, but yeah, I don't even deal with the octal. Where was I at? So basically, oh yeah. So catch-22 situations are often produced by government agencies, and Saturn does rule governments. So think about, like, for instance, you need to get some type of documentation. For instance, let's say you don't have any documentation. It all burnt up in a fire, right? Like you don't have your birth certificate, you don't have your license, you don't have a social security card because everything that you had got burnt up in a fire. Now you need to go get your documentation, your vital records and stuff. Well, to get your birth certificate, you might need to submit your ID, but you don't have your ID anymore. So you can't get your birth certificate. And to get an ID, you need your birth certificate, but you don't have your ID. So where do you go? So you see what I mean? Like Sun opposition Saturn can produce those catch-22 situations where it's like, damn, it's like there's this obstacle in my path. And before I can overcome that obstacle, there's these little obstacles that I got to overcome first, but there's no way. So, yeah. And again, a lot of government agencies set you up like that. Yeah, Kauai, that's a minor aspect. Being compelled, inability to exercise your free will, being condemned, loneliness or periods of solitude, being under scrutiny, facing discrimination. That's a big one. Facing some form of discrimination. It could be due to race, it could be due to nationality, it could be due to sex, it could be due to sexual orientation, it could be due to a number of factors. It could be due to weight. Maybe you're getting discriminated because you're overweight or what have you. Being tested. Obstacles can seem insurmountable. Being singled out or blamed. So that's another big one too. So, and sometimes people with Sun opposition Saturn, they may not be singled out actually, but they might feel singled out. They may feel like they're never being like, or they're never part of that group that's represented by Saturn. Hey, Tara. Blazing Black Dolphin said, I'm born in the 11th. 11 is such a frustrating and complicated number. It really is. My ascendant is at the 11th degree. So I know I got my ascendant at the 11th degree, my Pluto at the 11th degree, and my Neptune at the 11th degree. So I know all about that 11. It can be very challenging. Another manifestation of Sun opposition Saturn is being belittled, being shut down or shut out from love in some cases, but it can be in any type of situation. Being cornered or checked. And sometimes this could just feel like it, especially the cornered part. You might feel like you're being cornered, but sometimes this can actually deal with being cornered. And basically, you really don't have much leeway. You really don't have much free will. Censorship. Facing restrictions, limitations. Operating within strict parameters or tight controls. So this is where it could just be a nature of your work, a part of what you do. So, for instance, let's say that you have high level security clearance with the government. You could have Sun opposition Saturn, and that's representing that, where when you get into work, you have to, do all these things to make sure things are secure. Or this could be where you're working in a laboratory and everything has to be sterile and everything has to be under tight controls. And one false move, all hell could break loose. And this opposition, especially the tighter that it is, it can basically allow for a very small margin of error. And that could deal with the type of work that the person does. So again, let's say that they work in infectious disease. We'll call it that. Let's say that Saturn's in the 8th house, Sun in the 2nd, and this person works with infectious diseases. So that's like somebody that has to work under very tight controls, because if they mess up one false move, one of those infectious diseases could be released. And now you have a major problem on your hands. So again, this is one of these situations where it's not really negative. It's just dealing with the nature of one's work. Issues with facing or accepting responsibility. So some people with Sun opposition Saturn, they like to push responsibility off on others, and they may lack accountability in situations. Problems with authority and employers. A standoff with the police. So, of course, this is an extreme manifestation, but it does happen. And Saturn would represent the police. So sometimes that could happen. And some people that have Sun opposition Saturn, they're just a magnet for the police. So it doesn't have to be a standoff, but it could just be, you might be like, damn, this is my 6th traffic ticket this year. Seems like some cop is always pulling me over for some stupid reason. And that could be Sun opposition Saturn, especially if the 3rd house is involved. Persecution. So that's another one. You could be persecuted for your beliefs or for something that you do. Going up against the government or a corporation. And a lot of times you're not going to win, because with Saturn representing the government or a corporation, well, sometimes you'll win, especially a corporation, because it could be like a lawsuit or whatever. And sometimes they do pay out. But going up against the government, a lot of times you're not going to win. Sometimes you may. But again, if we're thinking about strength of planets and the Sun versus Saturn, Saturn is stronger than the Sun. And with Saturn representing government, then we already know how it's likely to turn out. Making a deal with the devil. That's another possible manifestation. Nathan Abu, the one who sponsored this video, has Saturn in Gemini. And that reminds me, oh my God. So yeah, when I was preparing for this video, since you mentioned Saturn and Gemini, when I was preparing for this video and I got to Abu's part where I was talking about his opposition in particular, because he has Sun in Sagittarius, opposition Saturn in Gemini, I got to thinking about my son. So my son is a Sagittarius. He's the same age as Abu. And I was thinking about my son and his Saturn in Gemini. And I was like, I actually had a moment. I started crying. I broke down in tears thinking about my son and the custody battle that me and my son's father had, and everything I had to go through and my son had to go through and stuff. Yeah, this opposition broke me down working on this thing. And I was just like, oh my God, I had to walk away. I had to stop working on it because it triggered some memories and it triggered some feelings that, like when things hurt, when things hurt your heart, when you're dealing with a broken heart, that pain never fully goes away, especially when it deals with your children. It never fully goes away. So, yeah, just doing this opposition, knowing my son is your age, Abu. My son got Saturn in Gemini, and my son has challenges with communicating with his father. And just thinking about all that, yeah, I broke down. I had to take a moment, get myself together, because, yeah, man. But anyway, so making a deal with the devil, that's a possible. Yeah, my son was born in 2002. Yep. Making a deal with the devil, that's a possible manifestation of that aspect. Thank you, just me. So making the deal with the devil, it could be in a number of situations. It could be, let's say that Saturn's in Gemini, Sun in Sagittarius. It could be making a deal with the devil, and the devil is a car dealership. You have challenges with communicating with your dad, Nathan? Oh, well, I don't know if that's what you're saying when you say me too. One thing I do love, though, just to talk about my son a little bit more, when my son's going through something, because like I said, he has challenges with communicating with his father, even though he lives with his father. And when my son's going through something, he calls me, and it could be about something real personal. And one time he called me about something going on with his genitals. I don't want to put him out there like that, but he called me instead of his father. You know how much that meant? It messed my head up to one extent, because I was like, my son should feel comfortable talking to his dad about this, because I don't have the equipment that my son has. But he came to me, and that meant so much. But I was sad about it at the same time, because I'm like, damn, he can't even talk to his dad about this stuff. Dad is a Taurus, y'all. Taurus can be kind of stubborn and resistant. And I used to tell my son too. I used to be like, yo, I have a hard time talking to your dad too. So yeah. But yeah, that it means a lot. Me and my son, we have a very close relationship. Even though, there's times where my son wasn't able to live with me because he's living with his dad. And it's like just that whole situation with my son. It's so heart-wrenching. I'll just say that. Thankfully, he's 21 now. So, I don't got to deal with the whole parenting thing like that, co-parenting, that is. But yeah. And once I had my son and went through what I did with my son, I was like, if I have to come back in this lifetime, I'll make sure I don't have children. Thank you, The Real Blackula, for your super chat. You said, please tell me what Neptune Sagittarius cusp in the second house means. Jobs dump me often. Well, that can be the case with Neptune in the second house. Your money could be funny. You could be missing out on some opportunities even to make money, because you may not really be paying attention. But you just got to be flexible with that Neptune in the second house. And the good thing about that, because it's in Sagittarius, that brings the potential of becoming a millionaire at some point. So don't take it hard if you don't keep a job, because it's just a lowly job more than likely. Focus more so on how you can transmute the energy of that Neptune into a money-making opportunity. You might want to do something dealing with videos, photography, music, art. So yeah, don't let these bullshit jobs get you down. Just be like, another job will come along, just like buses. So don't even let it get you down. But you can get down when you got Neptune in the second house. I ain't even gonna lie, because there could be times where you do feel like the situation is just hopeless. And always save for a rainy day when you have Neptune in the second house. All right, let's get back to this presentation. All right, so let's talk about men and husbands. So this is for heterosexual women and gay men. So on one hand, when you have Sun opposition Saturn, you could have a man that is always working. Not a bad thing, right? I wouldn't have a problem with that. If he's making good money and he's always working, I'd be like, I'm good. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep bringing that money home. So sometimes, like I said, it's not really negative, but it can be, a little problematic in some cases. Like maybe he's not there for the kids' birthdays all the time and the kids' pageants and their, musical performances and stuff. But hey, somebody got to bring home the bacon. Also, this could play out as lengthy separations. And again, it could be due to his career. Maybe he has a job that requires him to be on location, requires him to travel and stuff like that. But sometimes this could be lengthy separations, maybe because you and him just aren't working out. Issues with responsibility could be an issue. So on the negative end, Sun opposition Saturn could deal with a man that can't keep a job. He's always out of work. He's not holding up his responsibilities. He's just a lost cause. And if you're dealing with that type of man and you got Sun opposition Saturn, just let him go, because there's really no helping him. It's either one or the other, basically, when you have Sun opposition Saturn. You're either going to have a man that's always working, or he's not going to be working at all. Which one you want? Now, I know there are some women out there that want a man that bad that they're willing to be the breadwinner and he be the stay-at-home dad or whatever. And hey, sometimes that could work out for some people. But I'm just saying, if you want a man that's going to be, working and independent and all that type of stuff, but you see that the man you have isn't like that, always out of a job, and you got Sun opposition Saturn, cut him off. Let him go, because he's not going to get better. Being under a man's control. So in some cases, you could have a man makes a lot of money. Maybe he's the main breadwinner. Maybe he's the sole breadwinner, but that's going to put you under his control. And basically, you don't have much free will. But again, and this is where you have to be a little, gracious when it comes to people, because some of us want some different things, right? Some people don't mind being under someone's control because they rather have that instead of being totally alone, right? But some people are like, nah, I like to be with people, but I'm not going to be under someone's control. And therefore, that's not going to work for them. But for some people that have this opposition, they may not mind. And it might be because that's what they're used to. It could have started with their father. Being denied love from a man. So this could be, woe is me. Nobody ever loves me. Every man I get with, treats me like shit. I can't find a man that's going to love me and all that type of stuff. Could be where you're getting with men that are going to exploit you, that are basically just going to use you up and throw you away. Degrading experiences involving men. So this could be the case as well. You know what this opposition is like? In some cases, I'll say to a certain extent, it's kind of like 50 Shades of Grey. Not so much the actual sex acts. That would be more Mars square Saturn. But the way he basically, and I never even seen all of the movie. I read a little bit of the book. The book was absolutely horrible. It was horribly written. But I have an idea what the film is about. I did see some of the film. And basically, the way he had her in this position of like, I'm not worthy type of thing, that reminds me of, what's his name? Something Gray. What was his first name? Anyway, that's like some 50 Shades of Grey type stuff. Now, in some cases, the opposition can play out as death of a husband, usually via external circumstances. So it could maybe happen while he's at work. A pile of bricks falls on his head while he's on the construction site, something like that. Also, there could be an issue with status and class. So this could be like you marry a rich man and you come from, you come from humble beginnings, but you happen to luck up and marry a rich man. This might be what what's her face could have went through. What's her name? Eve. Now, Eve doesn't have Sun opposition Saturn, I don't think. Let me see. Yeah, she wouldn't have Sun opposition Saturn, but you know how Eve came from humble beginnings and she got with that race car guy and he's a billionaire. You could be in a situation like that. And of course, this is an extreme example, but it could be an issue where there's an issue with status and class when it comes to your man. Maybe he comes from the upper crust. And when you get around him and his people, you feel different. And that basically you can deal with, again, feeling kind of singled out or like you don't belong. All right, let's get into children because children is a major theme when we're dealing with the sun. So this could be a child is a cross to bear. And it could be in a number of ways. It could be that they're just a badass. It could be that they're a cross to bear because maybe they're just very different than you and you got to make all these adjustments or whatever. A child lacks self-sufficiency or maturity. A child has a disability or special needs. This could be separation from a child. Struggle with getting pregnant. And with Sun opposition Saturn, again, you might feel like the clock is ticking, the clock time is running out, you need to hurry up and get pregnant. Or it could be, when couples are trying to get pregnant, remember I said with Sun opposition Saturn, you could be operating under tight controls or strict parameters. So if a couple is trying to get pregnant, the woman, she might use one of those fertility calculators and stuff, and she might be looking for the time is Saturn. She might be looking for the time when she's ovulating. And then when she's ovulating, she has to grab her man and be like, look, we got to do it now because I'm ovulating. And we have to do it in this position because that's the best way that the sperm is going to travel up in my uterus. And then we got to do it, then I got to do whatever and take these vitamins and all that. So that could be part of the struggle with getting pregnant. Like you're monitoring your fertility, your ovulation cycle and all that. Being denied children or choosing not to have them. So some people that have Sun opposition Saturn, they don't want children at all. They can't even see themselves having children. Others, they might feel blocked from having children. It could deal with their partner. They may want to have children, but their man doesn't. A child is caught up in the system. So this could be, because remember, Saturn represents the government. It represents systems. So this could be a child that's caught up in the system. Battling with the father of the child, and this would be for mothers. Let's talk about health. So in terms of health, lacking vitality or the ability to thrive and enjoy life. And that could be because of some debilitating illness that the person has or injury. Looking gaunt, being underweight. And a lot of times with this opposition, it's representing the person looking gaunt and underweight due to some type of health concern. Deficiencies, and Saturn is a planet that can make you skinny. Deficiencies, so Saturn rules deficiencies. So you could be dealing with some severe deficiencies that is affecting your quality of life. Like when you have challenging aspects to the sun, one of the things you need to think about is how it's affecting your ability to thrive and your ability to basically enjoy life and also your free will. So that's why challenging aspects involving the sun are very crucial. Like they're very serious because they're not just going to affect things in your life like, children or husband or whatever. They can affect your very well-being, like your essence, your spirit, your health, even in terms of your ability to thrive, your ability to feel like you can wake up and get out of bed and be up and at 'em. Disability, paralysis, and a fall that results in an injury, especially an injury to the back. Saturn rules falling down. So whenever you got an opposition involving Saturn, there's a chance that you could fall and hurt yourself. All right, now, Abu, we're going to get, and I don't even see you in the chat. So I don't know if you left us or what. Let me see if yeah, I don't see you. I don't see you. Well, hopefully you're still in here. If not, you could catch a replay. All right. So for your opposition in particular, I found this quote, and I love this quote because it exemplifies Sun in Sagittarius opposing Saturn and Gemini. And this quote is by a despicable human being named Marquis de Sade. And I feature him this week on my Patreon for Gemini season because he was a Gemini. And that's another reason why this quote is apropos to Sun in Sagittarius, opposition Saturn and Gemini. Self-made, thank you for your super chat. I will get to your question after I get done these slides dealing with this opposition, before I get into the celebrities. But thank you for your super chat. Are your convictions so fragile that mine cannot stand in opposition to them? Is your God so illusory that the presence of my devil reveals his insufficiency? Now, Abu, I'm not saying this deals with you per se, but it very much deals with that Sagittarius Gemini opposition. And especially because the devil is in here, it deals with that Sun in Sagittarius opposition Saturn and Gemini. So Saturn and Gemini would represent Marquis de Sade saying, my devil reveals his insufficiency. And Saturn does deal with basically insufficiency. God would be represented by Sagittarius. So let me just read this again. He's basically saying, you feel threatened because my views, my devilish views, differ from your godly convictions. So are your convictions so fragile that mine cannot stand in opposition to them? Is your God so illusory that the presence of my devil reveals his insufficiency? And this also brings me to the opposition between Gemini and Sagittarius in general. That right there, that's the Adam and Eve opposition. That is basically dealing with Adam and Eve, you know, whether you want to consider it a myth or whatever, but it's basically the first story in the Bible. It's talking about the creation of humanity, starting with Adam and Eve, and where God created them, told them, here's the Garden of Eden. You can eat of all of these trees, except for one. The tree of knowledge of good and evil you cannot eat from. And then here comes the serpent telling Eve that she can eat of that fruit. Don't listen to God. You can eat of the fruit. Because when you eat of the fruit, your eyes will be open and you will be as wise as serpents, knowing good and evil. That's the essence of Gemini. The minute that she ate that fruit and gave it to Adam, their eyes became open and they saw that they were naked, meaning they had consciousness, and that's Gemini. And they basically went against God, that Sagittarius. You see what I mean? So that Gemini Sagittarius opposition is big time dealing with that Adam and Eve story. Thank you, Kawaii Honey, for your super chat. I will get to your Celtic Cross reading as soon as I do Self-Made, and that will be before I get into these celebrities. All right, so let's get into Sun in Sagittarius opposing Saturn and Gemini in particular. So first, I'm going to get into how this can play out education-wise. So this could be taking a leave of absence from college, being tested, And there could be issues that come with being tested. You might have anxiety when taking a test, or there could just be an issue with the way the test is graded. You might have even had to dispute a grade or whatever at some point. Trying to teach or test the professor and other authority figures, issues with showing respect and deference. So this could be an issue in general with people that have this opposition. You may not be able to just sit and learn and listen. You might want to contribute too much, and then some of what you're being taught could get lost in the process. And then sometimes you might not really be showing respect or deference to higher ups, whether they're professors, whether they're people in positions of authority and whatnot. Changing your major is another possibility, or you could go back to school if you've already completed college. This is also could play out as having a dual major. When you have this opposition, you may have a hard time just making up your mind in terms of what area of study you want to focus on, what major you want to major in, or major you want to major in. You know what I mean? I already said that. Leaving college before completion or taking a longer time than necessary to complete a degree. And some of that could be due to working. Think about this. With Sun and Sagittarius opposing Saturn and Gemini, that could be going to college versus working. And it could be hard to integrate the two. And one could be suffering because you're focused on one end. So if you're focused a lot on your studies, your work could be suffering. Like you could be showing up to work late. You might be calling out because you stayed up all night taking a test and whatnot. Also, with this opposition, you want to double check your transcripts. Credits could be missing or your GPA could be miscalculated. Transcript could be withheld due to money owed to the school. Now, that's where the second and the eighth house is coming into play. Now, I don't know if that's actually the case with your case, but that could be a possible manifestation when the second and eighth house is taken into account. Managing student loan debt. That's another second, eighth house possible manifestation of this opposition. The more you learn, the easier it will be to become full of yourself. So you have to try to remain humble with this opposition because you could become full of yourself the more you learn. Being precocious. So with this opposition, it's basically representing that you are very intelligent and you might have been too smart for your own good. And this could have been apparent in elementary school. You might have challenged some of your teachers, stuff like that, or you might have questioned them on certain stuff, had them all stuttering and shit like that. So being precocious, basically knowing a lot at a young age, being very bright. Intellectual superiority complex, which can come with being precocious. So you have to make sure you keep that in check. And with that, there could be times where people feel like you're talking down to them. But there could be other times where you may feel like you got to dumb yourself down when you're around certain people. Mastery versus knowledge. So Sagittarius is about mastery, and Gemini is just knowledge in general. So you could say Sagittarius and Gemini, they have this, tug of war with each other, where Gemini likes to strut their stuff and be like, yeah, I know this, I know this, I know this. Gemini knows a lot. I mean, a lot. And I always say Gemini is like a walking encyclopedia. But it's one thing to know things. It's another thing to understand things. And that's where Sagittarius comes in. Sagittarius, hey, Bonita, what's up? Sagittarius is about understanding. And that's why it's at that higher education level. That's why it basically rules professors, because professors, they're not supposed to just tell you, throw knowledge at you. They're supposed to explain the wherefores and whys of why something is happening. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you for your super chat. My oldest daughter, the Aquarius, she up in here. Bonita Simone. Aquarius, Scorpio moon, Pisces rising. All right, where are we at? Mastery versus knowledge. Also, being trapped in the academic realm, lacking practical application. So this is another thing, and this is where you could be kind of like dealing with paralysis, mental paralysis. So with this opposition, you might feel like there's always more knowledge that you need to acquire before you can actually go out in the world and do something with it. So you might be a perpetual student of life, but you're never really giving practical application, or you're not, putting it out there in the practical sense. So that's another thing you got to keep in mind as well. What does it mean by those who can do? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. See, I copied and pasted this, but they worded it wrong, because I don't know if y'all ever heard of this saying, but it's those that can do, those that can't teach. And this is like how this opposition is. So it says, what does it mean by those who can do, those who can't teach? So basically it says, over a century later, and the derogatory phrase often thrown at educators in a disparaging way stubbornly persists. In the event the phrase itself isn't self-evident, the meaning carried is that teaching is first and foremost a role filled by individuals who fail to find adequate footing in their chosen vocation. Now, Abu, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen with you, but this opposition can be likened to that phrase. Those that can do, those that can't teach. Now, you have to ask yourself, what are you going to be? The teacher or the one that's actually doing things out in the world? Or you could even say, what are you going to be? The student that's just acquiring knowledge, or are you going to be a master of that knowledge? And with your sun in Sagittarius, you've been born to be a master. So choose one subject, or it could be maybe two subjects, master those, and then you'll really be able to figure out where you want to go. Also with this opposition, intuition could be dismissed. So intuition, but it could be dismissed. So you could be receiving intuitive messages, but you could dismiss them because of Saturn and Gemini. And then Saturn and Gemini is representing your logic. So sometimes your logic could be prevailing over your intuition. So that's another thing that you got to think about. You might be getting some strong intuitive messages, but you might shrug them off, or you might say, well, this is the way that this is supposed to be done. I'm going to ignore my intuition. And then next thing you know, you end up regretting it. Also, you could have some intrusive thoughts. Some of these thoughts could be sexual because your sun is in the 8th house. Other thoughts could be dark in general because of that 8th house influence. Now, the manifestation of your aspirations will be incremental, and that's because Saturn is in Gemini. The sun in Sagittarius, that's your aspirations. And Sagittarius deals with wholeness, and it basically is about getting it all. But when it's opposing Saturn and Gemini, you may not be able to do it all in one shot. You might have to do it incrementally. So that's why I'm saying your aspirations will be incremental, or you could say could be incremental instead of getting it all in one shot. Aspirations are subject to change, and it could be due to economic conditions because your Saturn is in the 2nd house. That's another thing you have to think about. So there might be something you want to do, but it may not be paying what you need. Like you may not be making enough money at what you love doing, or at, whatever you're passionate about, your labor of love. So your aspiration, your passion may change because of economic conditions or whatever you're really creating or working on, which could be a bummer at times, because sometimes you might just have this one main passion, but if you're not making enough money out of doing it, then you might have to pick up a day job or whatever. And that is also where that Saturn and Gemini comes in, because with Saturn and Gemini in the 2nd, you might have 2 or more jobs. Now, Sun in Sagittarius opposing Saturn and Gemini, you could be questioning religions, picking them apart, and that's a good thing to do. Because if you allow, let's say we can talk about this opposition from another angle. Let's say you're not questioning religions and picking them apart. Then you could allow religion, which is Sagittarius, to basically overrule your conscious mind, where you're not even thinking consciously. It's all about God told me this, God told me that, God spoke to me last night and told me to marry this man. And you always quoting Bible verses and stuff, but you really ain't saying shit. That's very much how this opposition can play out if you allow religion to dominate. And just know with oppositions, what do we need? We need balance, right? Because you can't just totally ignore one side of the opposition. You have to, both sides will be engaged. And with that requires balance. And that's why that first opposition is Libra, balance. Also, this opposition can be all work and no play. So like I said, you could have 2 or more jobs just to make ends meet with Saturn and Gemini in the second house. And that could take away from your ability to have fun, to go out, to enjoy life, all of that. Being torn regarding your purpose. Because there might be a number of things that you would like to do, but you may not be exactly sure where to put the main focus. Also, on a positive end, this could be you publishing books. You could become self-published at some point, might even create a publishing company. You may feel that you have little time to do everything you want to do. Coming up with a number of reasons why a certain aspiration can't be achieved. So that's Saturn and Gemini's doing. So again, the Sun in Sagittarius is representing your aspiration. And with it being in the 8th house, you know, your aspiration could go beyond what the average person wants even. Now, a lot could be achieved in this lifetime. But if you have Sun opposition Saturn, and Saturn's in Gemini, you could be coming up with a number of reasons and rationalities why this isn't going to work, why you can't achieve this aspiration. So if that happens, you basically have to start, I'll say the best way to conquer that, because again, sometimes these thoughts just come into our head, these negative thoughts, and it's hard to control them. So if that happens, just get paper out and pen and start writing down the reasons why you can achieve this certain aspiration. Oh man, y'all making me have a lot of work tonight. Thank you so much for your super chat, Josie. You said, hi, Ra, I would love your opinion on a funky transit I'll have next month. Transit Uranus and Taurus in my 3rd will square my 12th house Aquarius Mercury. Ooh, that is potentially funky. And oppose my 9th house Pluto and North Node. Jesus Christ. All right. So sit tight, because once I get done, and I'm almost done these slides, before we get into the celebrities, I'll handle these super chats. Let me see, where am I at? Coming up with a number of reasons why a certain aspiration can't be achieved. So again, that Saturn and Gemini can act like the devil. That's like the devil's advocate. And, you know, I call Gemini the devil's minions. But yeah, this is where it's like all these doubts, and it's basically telling you you can't achieve that. Also, self-esteem. So you asked about self-esteem. Self-esteem is contingent upon how much you know, with Saturn and Gemini being in the 2nd house. And again, with your Sun in Sagittarius, you're meant to become a master, and try to become a master of one subject first. And then you could start, you know, spreading yourself around a little bit more. But yes, Sagittarius is all about mastery. Become a master and watch how your self-esteem improves. Because then people won't be able to tell you nothing when it comes to that subject. I'm just playing. But yeah, but become a master. Being heavily indebted in order to fund a business or businesses. That's another way that this could play out when we take the 2nd and the 8th house into account. With that Sun in Sagittarius in the 8th house, that brings the potential of being heavily indebted, owing a lot of debt, taking out big loans to fund a business, which would be Saturn and Gemini in the 2nd house. And it could be more than one business even. Being stretched then financially. Optimism. And your optimism could come from the occult, from occult studies. and that's your Sun in Sagittarius in the eighth house, versus pessimism. That's coming from Saturn and Gemini in the second house. So you might be more pessimistic when it comes to money, material concerns, but then you could be more optimistic when it comes to other things. And it could be the occult that's helping you to maintain that optimism. But when money is tight, or when, you might want something, but you can't really afford it, that's when Saturn can start to get the best of you. A sibling could always be asking to borrow money. Now, I don't know if that applies in your case, but that could be a sibling or a relative. Challenges with saying no to people who ask you for financial support. So that could be another issue. Could have a lot of money, but still find it hard to enjoy the fruits of your labors. And this could have been coming up from a time where maybe money was tight. So that's been ingrained in you to basically operate with lean times. And now as an adult, you might find it hard to really enjoy the fruits of your labors. And keep in mind that Saturn rules fear. So with Sun opposition Saturn, you could be having to face your fears about certain things. One of your fears could involve money, could involve being broke, not having enough. Crazy situations when taking public transportation. I remember, Abu, you told me this one story about you being on the subway. I can't remember the details, but when I was preparing for this video, I thought about that story you told me, and I was like, yeah, that's that crazy situation taking public transportation. You also have Venus conjoining Mars and Scorpio, which could put you in some hairy situations as well. And I think that has something to do with that situation as well. But Saturn and Gemini, that's the epitome of public transportation. You could be procrastinating when it comes to getting a license or learning how to drive. Also, you could be facing a language barrier at some point. Things could get lost in translation, and that could be when you're traveling to foreign nations. Issues with customs or TSA when traveling. That's another possibility. That's a big possibility. So you just got to make sure you don't got nothing that's illegal on you or whatever, but you still might be pulled out of line or whatever and be patted down or whatever with this opposition. Beware of incurring roaming charges when traveling. That's because Saturn and Gemini in the second house can cause you to incur hefty phone charges. And then Sun in Sagittarius, that's dealing with traveling. So beware of that. Could have dual citizenship at some point, and that's because the Sun is co-ruler of your fourth house. Living in wide open spaces versus big city living. At some point, because I think you live in New York City, but at some point you might decide to live in the country somewhere. You might want to spread out. You might feel like things are a bit too cramped. After a while, the older you get, the more you might crave wide open spaces as opposed to living in the big city. And then even big city living can be more costly, and that could represent Saturn and Gemini in the second. Having a long commute to work is possible. Jobs that won't allow you to grow or be great is possible. So you could feel stifled by your employer, or you just may feel like you can't really express yourself. Crowded conditions, that's another possibility. And this could be elevators, being in packed elevators, being on crowded streets. And this is where your safety and security come into play with Saturn being in the second house. This is where it's like you need to keep your head on swivel. You need to just look out for pickpockets, people that are going to scam you or rob you or something. Always take extra precautions in terms of safety when you're going to be around large crowds, crowded areas. Father could be a naysayer with respect to your dreams or aspirations. So this is dealing with your father now. Communicating with your father may not be easy, or it could be very brief, sporadic. It could be mainly surface knowledge in terms of conversations. How you doing? I'm doing fine. You didn't have to work today? No, I didn't. All right, there's some pizza in the refrigerator for you. Door shuts. could be like short conversations like that. Money issues involving the father with Saturn and Gemini in the second house. Conversations could take place involving money, and it could be where your father could be maybe getting hard on you about maybe money being spent. Like if you live with your father, that could be an issue. Might be concerned about the electric bill, turn those lights off, things like that. May go against some of your father's values. And that's because that second house deals with values. Also, I think your father is an immigrant, so this can deal with his immigration process. Father at odds with your mother. And this is because Saturn rules the 10th house. And we know Saturn rules fathers, but Saturn rules other things. And you have Capricorn on your 10th house cusp, on your midheaven. So your mother's coming into play with this opposition too. And with Saturn and Gemini representing your mother in this case, and it's opposing that Sun in Sagittarius, which is representing your father. In this case, when we're talking about this particular manifestation of that opposition, your father could override some of her ideas or plans, or basically that could be an issue. And also like your mother, that's like local, your father going far away. Your father may ask you for money at some point. Your generosity could be put to the test. So that's another possible manifestation. Hey, Mac. Damn. Mac said, I got Saturn and Gemini. I've been in court already 3 times already. Was this traffic court? Because that's very Saturn and Gemini. Inheritance from father may have to be split with siblings. Issues with inheritance of father's home, perhaps. So, and that's because the Sun is co-ruler of that 4th house. So when your father passes, there might be a dispute over who gets what. But not, now we're going to deal with children, because you asked about children too. Being denied children due to your partner not wanting children. Or it could just be what's going on with them. Having a child much later in life with the Sun being co-ruler of the 4th, and the Sun's also ruling your 5th house. So this opposition does have a lot to do with children. Could adopt or foster a child with the Sun ruling the 5th house and Saturn ruling the 9th. 9th house is adoption, 5th house is children. This opposition represents the application process and perhaps classes that you will have to take if you go the adoption or foster care route. Speaking of that, I used to teach foster care parenting classes. That was pretty rewarding because I like to teach. So it was really nice to do that. I would have to do it at night. And it was like every Thursday night, I think. And it was like maybe 6 to 8 parents in there. And I would basically give them training on like what to do with the process of the foster care. And we would have snacks and all that stuff. I really like doing that. And, you know, again, I'm a Sagittarius. So working with foster care children and foster care parents, that's very Sagittarius. Social work period is Sagittarius. Now, a child could be in need of special education. So that's another one. Sagittarius is special education. Now, we know that it rules higher education, but it also rules special education. Or, you know, when they say supplemental education, that's very much Sagittarius. Now, special education can go both ways. It can either mean you're gifted and talented, or it can mean that you're developmentally delayed or you got a learning disability. A child could be disabled, especially in terms of walking, could be severely bow-legged, for instance. Growth could be stunted when it comes to a child. Being only able to be with your child on a part-time basis due to joint custody arrangement. So that's another possibility. And then I wanted to include lovers in here because the Sun rules your 5th house, and you got that Sun in the 8th house. And you know that 8th house deals with sex. 5th house deals with sex as well. Attracting a lover who will leave you hanging in terms of communication. So that's a big one. And remember, I talked about Sagittarius being horrible with getting back with people, with communicating and messaging and all that type of stuff. Attracting a lover who uses you to obtain a green card. So that's a possibility. Being with a lover who is a freeloader. Some hard conversations may have to take place about money. You know, Sagittarius on the dark side can be a freeloader. So with the sun in Sagittarius, this is where you have to assign this sun to your lover or potential lover because it's ruling the fifth house. So in this case, this is representing your lover, not yourself. A lover is living a double life. An inability to let go sexually due to being too much in your head. And that's because that sun is in the eighth house. Saturn's in Gemini. That could be where you're too much in your head. You're wondering if, you know, you smell all right. You're wondering if you doing it right. You're wondering if, you know, the person is, you know, really into you like that. You wondering why they looking at you funny, stuff like that. And then I also see the potential for semen retention. I know this is a little TMI, but when I was like really just looking at this aspect and considering the eighth house, I was like, that could be semen retention. And Sagittarius does rule semen. And with this, you could be trying to practice some self-control when it comes to sexual urges. And, you know, there's a whole movement of men that are into semen retention because they believe that it's a great way to harness your power and all that type of stuff. So I don't know, you might have, you know, watched some videos dealing with that, or you might have considered it at some point. Beloved said, I attract dangerous men like my father back in his day. Gemini in the 10th house, smooth sayers and business-minded or excellent work ethic. X Cookie said, is someone getting red? I'm doing a sponsored video. All right, let me see. All right, so let's do these super chats because I think this is the last slide. Yeah. All right. And then we'll get back. Next, we have the celebrities that have Sun opposition Saturn. So let me do these super chats. I think self-made is first. The self-made millionaire. All right, Real Blackula, I answered your question. All right, self-made, where are you? You said difference between Saturn and Sagittarius versus Saturn and Gemini. Also, Saturn in 9th, 10th house, conjunct Uranus at the midheaven, never satisfied with work. Well, more than likely with Uranus on your midheaven, you're going to have to work for yourself. Because more than likely, you're not going to be satisfied with any job where you have to work for others. I have Uranus on my midheaven, and I was never satisfied with any job until I started working for myself. So working independently, very much Uranus conjoined to the midheaven. Saturn in the 9th house can deal with where you might take longer to complete a degree program, or you may not be interested in getting a college degree at all. You might just want to hit the ground running once you graduate high school. You probably really don't want to take much time studying. Now, if you do, like I said, if you do go to college, it could take a longer time than what you had planned, or you might take a hiatus. And you might even think about working in the field of education, higher education in particular. And then Saturn and Sagittarius versus Saturn and Gemini. Basically, I talked a lot about the difference between Gemini and Sagittarius already. So you could either rewind the video, like go back a little bit, but I will just talk about some of the issues. So Saturn is very much about what is lacking. And it very much deals with what you have to do, not necessarily what you want to do. And Saturn also can deal with karma. It can deal with punishment. It basically deals with what makes life hard. So with Saturn and Sagittarius, there could be issues with freedom, right? You might not have enough freedom. If you're given too much freedom, then you may not be taking care of your responsibilities having that Saturn and Sagittarius. Also, there could be issues with your father being a rolling stone. Maybe he wasn't there for you. Maybe he wasn't in your life because he was too busy running the streets or doing what he wants to do. In some cases, Saturn and Sagittarius can produce a father that is very religious and maybe not in a good way. Now, sometimes Saturn and Sagittarius can make you want to join some type of church or get some type of religion, but there might be hard lessons to learn in that area. Saturn and Sagittarius is like Saturn in the ninth house, so you could run into issues with a college degree, school, all that type of stuff. And then Saturn in Gemini often produces issues with communication. It often produces issues with schooling. It often produces issues with transportation. Person might take a long time to get their driver's license, for instance, or their driver's license could be suspended due to traffic violations. Saturn and Gemini can produce deficiencies dealing with the lungs, like the person could have asthma, like constriction of the lungs. Person could have a problem with their hands or their arms. Like if you got Saturn and Saturn and Gemini, that's like having a baby arm. You know, one arm smaller than the other. Now that would be more on the extreme end, but I'm basically giving you a possible manifestation of how that could play out. Saturn and Sagittarius, that could produce an issue with your legs, with your hips, thighs, with your butt. Saturn and Sagittarius is like the epitome of having a flat butt. Like you don't have no ass. So you might go get some ass, especially if Saturn is in Sagittarius in the 8th house. That could be you getting a BBL because you didn't have nothing in the back. You was lacking in the back. So you see how that could play out? Hopefully that helps. But I mean, I could go longer with this, but you know, you can always purchase a reading and I can tell you all about how that energy could play out. But thank you for your super chat. All right, let me see if somebody got something to say. No, Benita, you got Saturn and Pisces. You know, I always be telling you about your Saturn and Pisces because I always be like, you got quick karma. Remember, I would say that. And you'd be like, don't say that. I was like, you got Saturn and Pisces, you got quick karma. So you got Saturn and Sagittarius and you have a big butt. Now, are you self-conscious about your big butt? Because that could be another issue. So Saturn and Sagittarius could produce an issue with the butt in general. Maybe you get attention for your big butt and sometimes you don't like all that attention. But yeah, it can produce an issue with either the butt, the thighs, the hips, and it can produce an issue with walking. At some point, you might be limping because you hurt yourself, or when you get older, you might need to be in a wheelchair. Yep, Saturn Gemini can play out as like a baby arm. I saw a guy with a baby arm the other day. Matter of fact, I wanted to talk about this. Kawaii, I'm about to get to your tarot reading. But and I'm gonna have to do it quick because I don't have much time. So I'm gonna go kind of quick with it. But yeah, this reminds me, the baby arm. Hey, Dre, thank you for your super chat. I'll get to it in a minute. This reminds me of that game. What's that game called where they be holding the balloons and then the guys they be popping the balloons, or the girls will pop the balloons if they don't like the person that's trying to get a date or whatever. So there was this guy I saw on that show. So he was the one trying to, you know, choose which woman he wanted. And a lot of chicks were popping that balloon. But I swear he had a baby arm. He must have had Saturn and Sagittarius. No, wait. Would he have Saturn and Sagittarius? No, he wouldn't. He's not young enough. But maybe he had Saturn in the 3rd house because one arm was like Popeye and the other arm was like a baby arm. And I was like, what the hell is going on with this dude? I would have cut that dude down the side. I want to be on that show because I just want to roast these dudes. I'd be like, say what you want about me. You know, you can talk about me all you want, but you better be ready for the shit that I'm about to hit you with, like for real, because I'm going to make you cry. Do y'all know what show I'm talking about where they had the balloons? And they be popping the balloons if they don't like the person? That's a crazy show. These women, like how they be setting themselves up for these insults. I'm just like, wow. Hey, wellness. All right. Okay. Where are we at? Kauai. You say I'm only here when I want to. You said, can I get a Celtic cross tarot for the rest of the year at the end? Oh, you said at the end. No, I'll do it now just to get out the way. Because once I get through these celebrities, I'm going to be ready to go. You say I'm only here when I want to. Y'all know that song? Who sings that song? And you say I talk slow all the time. Hi. Why do I forget the names of these artists? Who sang that song? That was my jam. Yeah, I miss you. All right. Celtic cross for the rest of the year for Kawaii Honey. Red Bunny said, hey, y'all. Hey, Red Bunny. Yes, I know about that balloon show, but some of those girls are so unnecessarily mean. Okay, so it's called Pop the Balloon or Find Love. Thanks, Self-Made. No, that's not Alanis Morissette. That's Lisa Loeb. She was like a one-hit wonder. Yeah, yeah. I miss you. All right. Oh, your birthday coming up. Happy birthday, Wellness. You said menopause is kicking my behind. I know. I've been dealing with perimenopause for a while now. I'm so over it. It's ridiculous. Yes, Lisa Loeb. She sang that song. You say I'm only here when I want to. And what's that other song I love? It came out around the same time. Right? I wouldn't tolerate that pop and balloon mess either. Come on now. Um, what was the other song? Nothing's right, I'm torn. I'm all out of shape. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am shamed. Lying naked on the floor. You're a little late. I'm already torn. That's Natalie Imbruglia. Natalie Imbruglia. I used to love that song. All right. All right, Kawhi, this is for you. So Celtic Cross. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, you said Celtic Cross. Didn't you? I was shuffling for the horoscope spread. Wait, let me shuffle again because I want to make sure. You said Celtic Cross. All right, Celtic Cross for the rest of the year. All right, remember this song? Love me, say that you love me, fool me, go on and fool me. I can't care about anything but you. That was who sang that? I'll tell you the name of the song. That was Love Fool. But what was the group? Love me, say that you love me, fool me, go on and fool me. I can't care about anything but you. Yep, yes. Life's fun. Got it. The Cardigan. Yes. Anything but you. Love me, love me. All right. Say that you love me. Fool me, fool me. All right. So for the Celtic Cross, the first card I got, which is basically representing where you're at, is the Page of Swords. So that can mean that you got a lot on your mind, got a lot of things you need to do, some things you need to sort out, but it's also showing that you are really thinking logically and rationally right now. You're not allowing your emotions to get the best of you. You're thinking clearly, and you might be, kind of looking into a situation that may be a bit of a conundrum for you. What you are facing is the Seven of Pentacles. And that's basically about getting your financial affairs in order, or someone's financial affairs in order. I think you know what I mean when I say that. And really trying to figure out, where do you go from here? That Seven of Pentacles can also deal with a point where you are taking a break or a hiatus. Yes, loveful. That's my jam. It could deal with where you are taking a break or a hiatus, a little bit of time out to assess where you've been, where you're at right now, and where you need to be. The basis, which is card number 3, is the Knight of Wands. That Knight of Wands is representing rapid change, and it's basically representing a situation that could be, what would you say, adrenaline pumping or high energy situation, could even involve travel as well. And the past is the Ten of Wands. The Ten of Wands can deal with where you are facing some uphill battle. It can also represent travel as well. It can also represent blame being placed, and also where you are assuming responsibility. Card number 5 is the highest possibility. That's the Six of Cups. That's basically someone providing you with some support. The support could be financial, it could be emotional. Basically, you could be having a heart-to-heart with someone. You could be revisiting the past in some way. The near future is the Four of Wands. The Four of Wands can represent a reunion. Now, if we're talking about the near future in terms of the rest of this year, in terms of the Celtic Cross, I like to put the near future, we could put it at like the next couple of months. That could be the near future. So Four of Wands, that could be a reunion. That could also be where you're reaching a milestone. You could be graduating from school. You could be making some strides towards a better future. You could be building a foundation, even in terms of a relationship. So you could be meeting somebody new in the near future. But I see that more so as reunion and also completion, perhaps, of school, reaching a milestone. Card number 7 is the card that's representing you. I got the 8 of Swords, and that can represent where you're in a position where you need some help and where somebody is going to come to your rescue. It can also deal with where you're cutting yourself off from other people. You're not going to be very communicative with certain people. You might be blocking somebody from trying to contact you. You might also be dealing with some anxiety as well with that 8 of Swords. Be careful over the next couple of months, I'll say, or even just be careful for the rest of the year, because the 8 of Swords can sometimes manifest as injury or a serious illness that has you down for a while. For the environment or how other people see you, this is card number 8. I got the Moon card, and that Moon card is about being in transition. People might be seeing a different side of yourself with that Moon card, and that Moon card can represent travel as well. So you might be traveling at some point in the future before this year is out. That Moon card can also play out as somebody that doesn't have your best interest in mind. Because remember, this card number 8 can deal with how people view you, but it can also deal with what's in your environment, somebody. And with the Moon card, that can mean that there might be somebody that could be trying to get over on you in some way. They could be a fraud in some way. They could be trying to deceive you. And the Tower card is the card I have for card number 9, representing your hopes or your fears. And the Tower card can be looked at as both. It could be hope in terms of you being liberated of a situation. It could be fear in terms of a situation not panning out the way you wanted or expected it to. Or it could deal with where you're dealing with some serious disappointment. So you could be hoping to be liberated, but also fearing that something is going to not pan out or blow up in your face. And then for the outcome card, card number 10, I got the Ace of Cups. Ace of Cups is it's a card of renewal. It's a card of love. So some new love might be coming to you by the end of the year. Also, you could be doing something on an artistic level or creative level. Basically, that Ace of Cups is a card where you could be opening your heart more and allowing someone to come in, maybe. And sometimes it could just deal with actual situations involving water. You could be somewhere where there's a fountain, and it could be an event that you're attending or what have you. Also, being inspired is very Ace of Cups. Psychic ability, very Ace of Cups. So you could be increasing your psychic ability, your psychic gifts before this year is up. Honestly, this Celtic Cross don't look that bad at all. The most challenging cards in this Celtic Cross spread is the Eight of Swords, which is representing you. And it's best that it represents you instead of it representing the near future, because that could represent, if it's in the near future position, that could be, oh, damn, you're going to get into some accident or get injured. But the fact that it's representing you, that's better, because it can just show that you ain't really trying to mess with too many people for the rest of the year. You're going to be kind of walling yourself off from most people. You might be blocking somebody that's getting on your nerves and whatnot. But for the most part, it looks rather positive. Thank you for your super chat, Benita. Benita Applebaum, you got to put me on. Benita Applebaum, I said, you got to put me on. Hey! Benita, Benita, Benita. Hey, Benita. Glad to meet you. All right. Who else we got? Let's see. Being with you is a top priority. Ain't no need to question the authority. Mm-hmm. Benita Applebaum, you gotta put me on. Bow, 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 bow. That was my jam back in the day. You're welcome, Kauai. Thank you. Thank you for your continued support. All right, who else we got? Benita Applebaum, you gotta put me on. I think Josie is next. Josie and the Pussycats. All right. You said, I would love your opinion on a funky transit I'll have next month. Transit Uranus and Taurus in my third house will square my 12th house Aquarius Mercury and oppose my 9th house Pluto and North Node. One thing, make sure you're backing up your files. And anything like dealing with information, sensitive information, you just want to make sure that things are secure, because it could be a situation involving technology. Your computer could mess up, or it could get broken or something, or you could have issues with your phone. Phone could get damaged or broken or what have you, and next thing you know, you got to buy a phone. That's how Uranus and Taurus squaring your Mercury could play out, especially because your Mercury's in Aquarius, and Aquarius rules technology. So there could be a tech issue that occurs. Also, you want to be careful driving, because Uranus square Mercury can play out as a car accident. Might be a little fender bender, but it could even be worse. So you want to be very vigilant while you're on the road, especially because your Mercury's in the 12th house. Also, there could be an issue because Mercury rules your 4th house. There could be an issue with the electricity or some type of utility. And it may not even be anything dealing with your home individually. Like, it might be the whole street. You know how sometimes there's a power outage and the whole street lights go out and stuff like that? It could be an issue like that. So that could be a problem. And then in terms of communication, you and someone else may not be seeing eye to eye, and it could be a friend, and you might be losing a friend over that, or you and a friend could have a falling out, but you guys might patch things up later if it's not too big of an issue. There could be also an upsetting situation that impacts a sibling or close relative. That's another possible situation that could occur as well. And then you said Uranus will oppose your 9th house Pluto and North Node. Well, with that, there could be a situation that involves money. Could be money that you owe, could be a debt, could be creditors contacting you, could be a situation involving insurance. Now, let's go back to the car situation. Let's say you do get in a car accident. That would make sense with Uranus opposing your Pluto and North Node, because that means that you got to contact insurance and file a claim and all that type of stuff. So those are some of the possible manifestations that could play out with that transit. Just be careful. More than likely, it's not going to be that bad, especially if you're doing things in a way where you're taking precautions. A lot of times with these transits, we can kind of tell how they're going to kind of play out the way we're living our life and the decisions we're making. Now, let's say that you was, addicted to meth and you was just living your life in a crazy fashion where you just wasn't being disciplined, you was being irresponsible, all that, then yeah, the chance of a car accident would be higher in your case. Number one, because you addicted to meth. So you might be high on meth, staying up all night, don't have enough sleep. Then you get in a car, fall asleep, boom, get into a car accident, especially with Mercury being in the 12th house. But I know you're not a meth addict. So more than likely that Uranus square Mercury is not going to be that bad. And try to think positive. Think of ways that you can already do something to manifest some of what's going to happen with that aspect. So for instance, with Uranus squaring your Mercury, you could do something like make a change to something involving information of yours, or you might decide to change phones instead of waiting for the phone to break. You get what I mean? So do something that can be proactive, that can already play out with that transit, as opposed to just allowing it to do what it wants you to do. So you said, I really want to move. I was hoping this would be the transit to move me. Well, it can make you feel forced to move. With Mercury ruling your fourth, that can make you really feel forced out of a living situation. I really wouldn't advocate moving with that transit. But like I said, you might be at your last straw. Like that transit can make you say, that's it. I'm moving by this date. But will that transit manifest as a move? A lot of times it won't, because it's a square. But it can really put more fire under your butt to say, that's it. I'm moving. I'm leaving. I'm done. It can really make you feel fed up. Thank you, Marcus. So you said, I sent you a cash app. Thank you so much. Can I get a Celtic cross for the remainder of this year? Sure. I also recently got a bird, created a nest, and hatched her eggs on the reef on my front door. Is that a good sign? I love that. Marcus, refresh my memory. Do you have anything in Gemini? Also recently, a bird created a nest and hatched. Thank you, madam, for your super chat. I'll get to it in a minute. In a minute, y'all, I'm gonna have to get up and get my steps in, because I be trying to get a certain number of steps in, because I'm trying to lose some weight. And I'm getting, if it gets close to like 11 and I'm still doing this live stream, I'm gonna have to start stepping. So y'all might hear me kind of getting breathy, but that's why, because I got to stick with this, because I have a hard time being consistent. And if I miss one day, I could basically, everything else could just fall by the wayside. So I got to stick with this. So it's 10:11 where I'm at right now. So I still got time. But thank you, Madam 25. And who was I just talking about? Oh, yeah, that transit. Okay, Josie. Thank you, Josie. Hopefully that helps. Thank you, Dre, for your super chat. You said, what is one good thing I need to look forward to in this current time? All right, I'm going to pull one card to represent that. I like that you're thinking positively. It is hot. It is so hot. Oh, my goodness. I think this is going to be one of the hottest summers on record. Oh, I love this. I love this. I got the judgment card. I got the judgment card for you. So, judgment, that's basically you focusing on completion. Completion of whatever you started. Because judgment is basically like where you have reached a higher level and you're being called for to move up, you could say. But sometimes judgment can also mean being pulled out of a situation that is really unfavorable for you. So that's making me think of your job, Dre. I don't know if you're still working at the same job, but this card can represent looking forward to being delivered from your current situation. And that could represent getting a better job if you're not happy with your current job. And then, like I said, with the Judgment card, that's also about completion. So that could deal with school. So maybe school is getting kind of tough, or maybe it's getting monotonous and you're getting tired of going. But that Judgment card can tell you to keep your eyes on the prize and focus on completion, and, you know, let that be your motivator to keep going. So hopefully that helps, Dre. All right. And then who else we got? I think next is Madam 25. And then Marcus, I'm going to go through some of these celebrities first, and then I'll do your Celtic Cross. All right. Madam 25 wants to know, hey, Rod, what advice does Spirit have for me, and what do I need to look out for? All right. So I'm going to pull 2 cards for you. First card is going to be the advice that Spirit has for you, and the next card will be, what do I need to look out for? I might need to wash my hands. You ever feel like, you ever have this feeling like your hands feel like not dirty, but like kind of, and not clammy either. They're just feeling like, I don't know, but I need to wash my hands. So I might need to get up in a minute, because I can't even shuffle right. My hands don't feel good. It might be because my hands were clammy earlier because I was sweating, and then I guess, I don't know. All right. First card is going to be what Spirit has for you, what advice, and what you need to look out for. Let me stop. No, every time I see a card like that, I do be like, I get extra dramatic. I be like, no, let me stop. All right. No, seriously, you got the Ten of Swords. And the Ten of Swords is a card that can make you be like, But that your advice is basically to close the chapter in a certain aspect of your life, because it's basically over anyway, and you need to accept that it's over, and therefore get ready for a new day to begin. Basically, you need to tie up some loose strings, end a certain aspect of your life, and it could be a relationship, and make the way for better things to enter in. But it's time to let some things go. Also, with that Ten of Swords, that can mean that there's a number of things that you still need to do. So it would help to create a list and, you know, tackle it one by one, so you don't feel overwhelmed, because you could be feeling very overwhelmed right now with all that needs to be done. All right. And then what you need to look out for. See, I got the Queen of Cups, which means there's some bitch that has it in for you. No, I'm not. No, but that Queen of Cups can represent a woman that you need to look out for, that could be talking behind your back. You may not really want to trust this woman. She might be sneaky. She might be underhanded. She might be a backstabber. So just be careful of who you tell sensitive information to, because again, there might be some woman that's not in your best interest, and she might be. Sure, I'll pull a card for you, Benita. I'll do it after I do some of the celebrities. So after I do this, I'm going to get into some of the celebrities that have Sun opposition Saturn. Then I'm going to do Marcus reading, and then I'll get to yours. This Queen of Cups, she could represent a woman that is a water sign. So she could be a Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces. Could be more of a Scorpio than anything. I'm getting either Scorpio or Cancer, not really Pisces. But yeah, you just gotta be careful of who you confide in, because this person may not have your best interests at heart. It helps to keep some things to yourself, and I'll leave it at that. But hopefully that provides you with some insight. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your super chats. I'll get to the rest in a minute. And let me share my screen. We're going to pull up some of these celebrities that have Sun opposition Saturn. All right. I'll wait for the image to come up. Can y'all see who that is? Or y'all not seeing nothing yet? My phone is delayed, so I can't see. Like, when it comes up on my phone, I think it's already up. But if you can see this man, press a 1. All right, nobody's pressing a 1 yet. I guess you can't see it. Because I need to know, like, how quick y'all can see these images, because it's kind of delayed on my phone. So I don't want to be scrolling past. Okay, the picture's up now. Okay, good. Thank you. Does anybody know who that is? You know I like to play the guessing game with y'all. Blazing Black Dolphin said, is that Ellen? I'm done. I'm done. You're welcome, madam. Madam 25. He does look contorted, don't he? That's some demons. It's like, let me stop. So nobody knows who that is. I'm not surprised you don't know who that is, because he's not very well known. But there was a movie made about him called A Beautiful Mind. And some of y'all probably seen that movie. Russell Crowe played him. And basically, this is John Nash. And John Nash was a mathematician that drove himself crazy trying to figure out some math problem. And see, that's the problem I had with math. I feel like a lot of math can be I mean, how can we really verify that some of this complex math is really right? You know what I'm saying? Like, when you get to the calculus level, how do we know this shit is really right? Now, I know calculus can be used for stuff like architecture and stuff like that, but I'm just like, when you start messing around with that level of math, I can see how you could be driven crazy. And that's what happened to John Nash. So John Forbes Nash has Sun in Gemini opposing Saturn in Sagittarius. Now, here's some information about him that applies to this opposition. It says, although Nash's mental illness first began to manifest in the form of paranoia, his wife later described his behavior as erratic. Erratic is very much Gemini. Nash thought that all men who wore red ties were part of a communist conspiracy against him. Remember, I said Sun opposition Saturn could deal with going up against the government. So here he is thinking that these government officials of a communist government, were against him. He mailed letters, the letters represented by Gemini, to embassies in Washington, D.C., and that's represented by Saturn, declaring that they were establishing a government. Nash's psychological issues crossed into his professional life when he gave an American Mathematical Society lecture at Let me stop. Why am I laughing? This is not funny. Oh, God. Probably because Saturn's in Sagittarius. Okay, I'm just picturing him up at the podium and him not being able to get the words out. But basically, and I'm getting a cramp in my side because I'm laughing. That's what I get. Now, it says originally intended to present proof of the Riemann hypothesis. The lecture was incomprehensible. Colleagues in the audience immediately realized that something was wrong. So basically, when you got Sun in Gemini opposing Saturn in Sagittarius, your mind could go too damn far. And that's what happened with him. And with Sagittarius representing the superconscious mind, or you could say the mind of God, he basically has open access to that. And basically, it's just too much. Because the conscious mind can only process a certain amount of information at one time. And if you are overloading that mind with too much, it will lead to madness. Now, Nash dated the start of what he termed mental disturbances to the early months of 1959 when his wife was pregnant. You see how he's associating the start of his mental disturbances with his child, and the sun rules children. So you see how children are coming into play with his mental illness. Now, he described a process of change from scientific rationality of thinking into the delusional thinking characteristic of persons who are psychiatrically diagnosed as schizophrenic or paranoid schizophrenic. And remember, with this Gemini Sagittarius opposition, you could be dealing with some inclusive thoughts. Why say inclusive? Intrusive thoughts. For Nash, this included seeing himself as a messenger or having a special function of some kind, of having supporters and opponents and hidden schemers, along with a feeling of being persecuted. Remember, I said persecution is a possible manifestation of Sun opposition Saturn, and searching for signs representing divine revelation. So he's searching for signs representing divine revelation. That's the epitome of Sun in Gemini opposing Saturn in Sagittarius. Nash suggested his delusional thinking was related to his unhappiness, his desire to be recognized, and his characteristics way of thinking, saying, I wouldn't have had good scientific ideas if I had thought more normally. He said, if I felt completely pressureless, I don't think I would have gone in this pattern. Nash reported that he started hearing voices in 1964, then later engaged in a process of consciously rejecting them. He only renounced his dreamlike delusional hypotheses after a prolonged period of involuntary commitment in mental hospitals. Enforced rationality. Upon doing so, he was temporarily able to return to productive work as a mathematician. By the late 1960s, he relapsed. Eventually, he intellectually rejected his delusionally influenced and politically oriented, Sagittarius rules politics, thinking as a waste of effort. In 1995, he said that he did not realize his full potential due to nearly 30 years of mental illness. All right. So that's John Forbes Nash, and he's a perfect example of how the mind can become fractured when you are feeding it too much, or when the mind becomes overloaded with information. Thank you for your super chat, beloved. You said, can you tell me the current energy in my life right now? Sure, I sure will. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna go through some of these celebrities and then I'll get to the next set of super chats. All right, look who we have here. Now, she has Sun opposition Saturn. She has a dissociative opposition because it's dealing with signs that naturally do not oppose each other, but because of the degrees, that opposition is there. So who are we looking at right now? Blazin already called it. Kiki. She said, Kiki, my girl. Why was I about to say Kiki Wyatt? No, this is Kiki Palmer. So Kiki Palmer has Sun opposition Saturn. And some of y'all already know how this has played out in her life. Now, I think she looks really pretty right here. But there's sometimes I be like, you looking a little dusty, Kiki. But I really feel like over the years, she's matured into a beautiful woman. She's got her act together. But you could tell she's still trying to figure things out in life. She don't have it all figured out just yet. But that's fine because she's young. When we're young, we don't have it all figured out just yet. And we end up making a lot of mistakes, like that mistake she may get with that dude. But anyway, she has Sun in Virgo opposing Saturn in Aquarius. So this is what you would call a dissociative opposition, because if Saturn was in Pisces, that would be a natural opposition because Virgo opposes Pisces. But in this case, her Saturn's in Aquarius, and that's because that Aquarius is basically in the early degrees and her Sun is in the late degrees. Palmer has said that she does not want her sexuality defined by labels. She believes that people should be fluid with labeling themselves as their identities can change. So Aquarius rules LGBTQ, homosexuality, gay, lesbian, all that stuff. So basically, she's like, don't put that label on me, with the Sun in Virgo opposing Saturn in Aquarius. And it's showing that, you know, sometimes she might want to be a carpet muncher. Other times, she might want to jump on some stick. You know, it all depends. A lot of these younger generations are very open, are very much open to different types of sexuality. Her being of that younger generation makes a lot of sense. And especially the fact that she doesn't want to be labeled. Again, that's that opposition. If it was a trine instead of an opposition, she would be more so embracing the labels. You get what I'm saying? Now, it says in June 2021, Palmer began dating fitness instructor. And this is what I mean. Now, somebody asked me in the comments section of the previous video I did, they asked me, they was like, don't Jupiter rule the husband, right? And I responded, I said, Jupiter rules the husband in Vedic astrology, but in tropical Western astrology, the husband is ruled by the sun. And this is basically showing it right here. The husband, you could say your man, your boyfriend. Palmer began dating fitness instructor. That's her sun in Virgo. Her sun in Virgo. Virgo is fitness. So you see what I mean? And in this day and age, in the society we're living in, especially living in America, it makes so much sense that the sun is ruling men, husbands in particular, as opposed to Jupiter, because with Vedic astrology, it was more so about arranged marriages. And Jupiter is representing abundance and prosperity. And we know nowadays there's a lot of men out there that are not embodying the energy of Jupiter, maybe in terms of the weight they're carrying, but not in terms of what's in their pockets. So can we basically say Jupiter is representing the husband? I would say even in India society, you can't even say that nowadays. And there's a lot of marriages that are no longer arranged. So tropical Western astrology, the sun is the husband. Or it can represent any man that you are dealing with. It also represents your father. The sun also represents authority figures as well. So it says in June 2021, Palmer began dating fitness instructor Darius Jackson. While hosting Saturday Night Live on December 3rd, 2022, Palmer announced she was expecting her first child with Jackson. Their son was born in February 2023. Palmer and Jackson separated in October 2023 following a series of alleged incidents surrounding domestic violence throughout their relationship. Now, remember I said a woman that has Sun opposition Saturn, a lot of times her man is going to try to control her in some way, if she has a man. And that's exactly what he was trying to do. Says Keke Palmer filed a restraining order against her ex-boyfriend, Darius Jackson, on Thursday, alleging that Jackson was physically abusive to her, according to documents viewed by Insider. The restraining order comes after a tumultuous year for the former couple. Jackson, who is the father of Palmer's 8-month-old son, Leo, made headline. Oh, and Keke Palmer is very much into astrology. So that's also represented by that opposition she's dealing with too. Like she's looking at life through the lens of astrology, which I think is pretty awesome. Made headlines in July after criticizing Palmer's outfit choice in a since deleted tweet. Now that's the main thing with Sun opposition Saturn in her case. So let me break it down. So Virgo is the sign of modesty, right? So when you have Sun in Virgo as a woman, you might attract a man that wants you to be modest, that wants you to be chaste, that wants you to look innocent, that doesn't want you to be going out with your ass hanging out like how she got right here. Now, the reason why Keke Wyatt feels comfortable going out with a see-through dress with her ass out is because she has Sun in Virgo opposition Saturn in Aquarius, which takes away from that modesty. You know, Aquarius rules nudity. And that's why we're seeing this right here. Half dressed, half naked, see the ass cheeks. So Aquarius could represent full-on nudity, but even partial nudity. So the fact that her boyfriend is getting up in arms about what she has on is dealing with this opposition. It says in the clip, and I think Keke Wyatt got a Sagittarius moon, don't she? She got a Sag moon, because I don't have the charts here right now. I just was like, let me just focus on this aspect, because I had to get this reading out, and I didn't want to have to go through more and having to copy and paste the charts. But I do remember looking at her chart when this story first came out, and I know she has something in Sagittarius. It might be her moon, and you know Sagittarius rules the ass. But anyway, it says in the clip, Palmer was seen wearing a black bodysuit with a sheer black dress over top. I'm done. Blazing said Aquarius be so nasty. All right. It's the outfit, though. You a mom. And we're gonna do a poll about this outfit in a minute. It's the outfit though. You a mom, he tweeted in response to the video. Jackson later doubled down on his comments as online criticism of him mounted, writing, "We live in a generation where a man of the family doesn't want the wife and mother of his kids to showcase booty cheeks to please others. And he gets told how much of a hater he is. This is my family and my representation. I have standards and morals to what I believe. I rest my case." Now, press 1 if you agree with what he's saying. Press 2 if you disagree. Like, do you agree that because you're a mom, you have no business going out looking like that and rubbing your ass against Usher? Because this was at an Usher concert. Or do you believe being a mom does not preclude you from being able to dress like that? Press 1 if you agree with her baby daddy. Press 2 if you don't. Beloved said, "I agree." 100. She keeping it 100. She said, "I agree." Self-made said he's not the breadwinner for him to be making those comments. Ooh, wee. You do got a point there. Nathan said 2. Kauai said 2. Darius is not the breadwinner. Blazing said 1. XX Cookie said 2. Danny said he shouldn't have put it on the internet. Hey, you got a point about that. And you know, Saturn Aquarius deals with the internet. Love said 2. Rhythm and Sway said 2. Beloved said, "You get to be sexy, but in a good taste." Self-made. He's not the breadwinner to be making those comments. Kiki Lock said 2. Nathan said 2. Women deserve complete body autonomy. Okay. Red Bunny said, "Mom or not, I don't think people should dress like that anyway, but I don't think he should have said it publicly." I think that is where he was really wrong, him putting it out there publicly. He could have told her that when she came home. She's still human and a woman. Wellness says she is not his wife. The Sacred Artist said 2. Love said, "I'm judging her, but it's her choice." Okay, so y'all are pretty much split. No, I think there was more 2s than anything, meaning that you don't agree with her baby daddy making that statement. And I do believe, like, he has a right to his opinion, but I do believe he was wrong in voicing it online. He could have kept that behind closed doors. But I guess he's like, since she putting herself out there like that, I'm gonna put myself out there like that. But honestly, y'all, let's be real. The average man, do you think the average man would be okay with his woman walking out like that? I don't think the average man would. And I don't think it has anything to do with him being insecure. It's just that he wants his woman to himself and he doesn't want her to be on display for the world to see. I think it basically comes down to that with him. But again, he shouldn't have publicly shamed her like that. And she might have been doing it on purpose just to get a rise out of him. You know, it takes 2 to tango. All right, let's get off of this story and get to the next person. All right. Next, we might have to do a part 2 with the celebrities because I got quite a few of these people. You know, I could do 2. Like I said, I be biting off more than I can chew. And already it's getting late. It's 10:37. I still got to get the rest of my steps in. Look who we have here. Now, can y'all see the picture? Press 1 if you could see the picture. Self-made said he could have said that in private, right? Tanisha said she worked so hard. Let them cheeks show, girl. LOL. But I got Saturn Aquarius and Sun and Taurus, so I don't know if that has anything to do. Yeah, you're Saturn Aquarius, very much so. Hawaii said the average man better be making 6 figures salary to make those comments. She was tired of his controlling arts, right? And again, I'm sure he was very controlling because she has Sun opposition Saturn. So I'm sure the outfit and him complaining about it, that was just the bare minimum. Like, that was the surface. There was a lot underneath that surface that we didn't see that he was doing, I'm sure. Okay, you can see it. Who we got? Who is that? Anybody know who that is? Mafioso? Anybody know? Come on, somebody gotta know who this is. He a mafioso, a good fella. What else would you call him? A gangster? Yes, self-made. John Gotti. Yes, that is the infamous John Gotti. Did he die, or is he still alive? I think he died, didn't he? All right, let's get into John Gotti real quick. So John Gotti, I mean, is it any surprise that he's a Scorpio and then he has that opposition with Saturn and Taurus? Yeah, that's John Gotti. So here's just a few things about John Gotti. We're not going to get deep into him. Law enforcement continued gathering evidence against Gotti, who reportedly earned between 5 million and 20 million per year as the Gambino boss. Remember I said organizer? The organizer with Sun opposition Saturn. So he was the organizer of the Gambino crime family. He was the boss. Gotti's underboss, Salvatore Sammy the Bull Gravano, aided the FBI in convicting Gotti. In 1991, Gravano agreed to turn state's evidence. When you keep hearing that evidence, that's Taurus. So that's that's the epitome of state's evidence. Saturn and Taurus. Saturn would be the state. Taurus is the evidence. So let me read this again. Gravano agreed to turn state's evidence and testified against Gotti after hearing the boss make disparaging remarks about him on a wiretap that implicated them both in several murders. In 1992, Gotti was convicted of 5 murders, conspiracy to commit murder, racketeering, obstruction of justice, tax evasion. That tax evasion has a lot to do with that opposition. Illegal gambling, extortion, and loan sharking. The loan sharking especially, too. He received life in prison without parole and was transferred to the United States Penitentiary, Marion. Gotti died of throat. Yeah, he died. So the fact that he had throat cancer, that deals with that Saturn and Taurus. Remember I told you Saturn could deal with issues with one's health, and then the sign will tell you what's going on. So that Saturn and Taurus, that's the throat cancer. Gotti died of throat cancer on June 10th, 2002 at the United States Medical Center for Federal Prisoners in Springfield, Missouri. According to Anthony Gaspicasso, the former underboss of the Lucchese crime family, what John Gotti did was the beginning of the end of Cosa Nostra. All right, let's move on. Y'all press a 1 once y'all can see the picture, because there's a new picture up. I hated that song. You know what song I Don't worry, be happy. That's Mr. Don't Worry, Be Happy. Here's a little song I wrote. You might want to sing it note for note, but don't worry. Be happy. Because when you worry, your face will frown. That will get everybody down. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy now. But did you know he also did the one of the intro songs for the Cosby Show? Remember, it was like now I did like that where he was doing the Cosby Show theme song. I think he did it for like 2 seasons. All right, but let's get into Mr. Bobby McFerrin. Once I saw Bobby McFerrin had this opposition, I was like, that's why he came up with the song Don't Worry, Be Happy, because he's really not happy. So he's kind of talking to himself. All right, Sun in Pisces opposing Saturn in Virgo. Don't worry, be happy. And you know, Pisces is prone to worry, and so is Virgo. Now, McFerrin's song Don't Worry, Be Happy was a #1 US pop hit in 1988 and won Song of the Year and Record of the Year honors at the 1989 Grammy Awards. So remember I said Sun opposition Saturn can deal with where you are being honored. McFerrin was born in Manhattan, New York City in 1950. the son of operatic baritone Robert McFerrin. So I didn't know he had a famous father who was an opera singer. I was like, wow. So you see what I mean about how the father can have a major influence on their life, but where the father may not like what you're doing. Maybe the father wanted him to follow in his footsteps, but here's Bobby. Bobby, instead of being an operatic singer, he's just in the corner talking about, you know, his father was like, Bobby, shut up. He was like, if you're not gonna make real music, don't say nothing at all. He was like, don't say nothing, don't do nothing, just sit in that corner. Here go Bobby McFerrin. Can you imagine how annoyed his father was probably with him when he was doing all that gibberish and shit, him being a Pisces, and his father was probably like, my son is an embarrassment. No, let me stop. But no, I just find it funny that Bobby McFerrin, and he's very talented, but I find it funny that he chose to go in the opposite direction of his father, even though they both were in music. His father is more on the classical end, and he's more on the abstract, interpretive end, or whatever you want to call it. And that is the epitome of Pisces and Virgo, really. Like Pisces is like, do what you feel, like, you know, be abstract, improvise, all that stuff. And Virgo is very much like, this is classical music. You got to read the musical notes on the sheet. You got to do it according to how it's supposed to be on the scales, all that. Yeah. His father was like, shut the fuck up. Now, McFerrin's first recorded work, the self-titled album, Bobby McFerrin, was not produced until 1982, when McFerrin was already 31 years old. So remember I told you with Sun opposition Saturn, you might feel like time is running out. And I'm sure that's what he was feeling. He's 31 years old. And it made sense. That's what he came up with. Don't Worry, Be Happy, the most simplest song ever, because time was running out for him. He was like, remember I said with this Sun opposition Saturn, you could be paralyzed, like you could be paralyzed, like thinking that your work will never be good enough. So finally, time is winding down for this dude. He's 31 years old. He's already went through his first Saturn return. And he's like, I gotta produce something. He was like, I gotta produce something. My dad is looking at me like I'm some type of chump, like I'm some type of failure. I gotta come out with something. And what does he come out with one night late when he's hitting that bottle hard, hitting that Jack Daniels hard? He comes up with Don't Worry, Be Happy. Why? Because he was worried. Because he knows he can't measure up to his father. And he's like, I gotta produce something. And that's how he came out with Don't Worry, Be Happy. One of the most simplistic elementary songs to have ever existed. The only thing that saves that song is the fact that he's doing it all with his mouth. Like all the instrumentation is coming from his mouth. Now, the song was used as the official campaign song for George H.W. Bush in the 1988 U.S. presidential election. Now, watch this part because this is so Sun opposition Saturn. Now, you would think because George Bush used that song, oh, wow, I'm getting major recognition now. No, Bobby didn't like that shit. He basically wanted to sue George W. Bush. He publicly protested the use of that song and stated that he was going to vote against Bush. I'm like, Bobby, this is your one shot to make it big. And what do? You shoot yourself in the foot, just like a Pisces. Now, he also dropped the song from his own performance repertoire, but it makes perfect sense. I'm telling you, he wasn't feeling that song anyway. He just put that song out because time was winding down. And he basically was like, I have to put something out there. This dude probably had years of material just sitting there because he never felt like he was ready or good enough to put himself out there. And then when he finally does, and George H.W. Bush wants to use his song, he basically is like, nah, I don't want him using my song. And then you basically drop the most famous song you have from your performance repertoire. That's why most people don't know who the hell Bobby McFerrin is, because he was the one that stunted his own growth. And sometimes you can represent Saturn where you're stunning your own growth. And again, where it could be where you're criticizing yourself so much that you don't produce anything because you don't think anything is good enough or worthy. Now it says around 1992, an urban legend began that McFerrin had committed suicide. See, now people, this is what happens when you don't take advantage of certain opportunities. People are already saying he's dead. They're saying he committed suicide, Sun opposition Saturn, when he really didn't. But that's what happens again when you take too much time dithering back and forth about, should I put this out? No, it's not good enough. It's not time yet. I need to still work on this. And now people talking about he done committed suicide. Now they talk about he done committed suicide. Now it has been speculated that the false story spread because people enjoyed the irony of a man known for the positive message of don't worry, be happy, suffering from depression in real life, which we know he probably was because he has Sun opposition Saturn. But in reality, McFerrin knew the song helped spread the message of positivity to the world abroad and was very proud of the work as a whole. If he was so proud of it, why did he stop choosing to perform it? Why? Because in actuality, I firmly believe he was not proud of that song. Because again, he knows that he did that song under his own duress. He was under a lot of pressure because time was winding down. The man was 31 years old and still had yet to put out anything. So he has to put out something real simple just to get it out there. Now, for a few years in the late 1990s, he toured a concert version of Porgy and Bess, partly in honor of his father. So again, his father is a big deal in his life, who sang the role for Sidney Poitier in the 1959 film version, and partly to preserve the score's jazziness in the face of largely white orchestras, who tend to not to play around the bar lines and to stretch a bit. But do you see what I mean? Like, in some cases, Sun opposition Saturn can deal with where you can never measure up to your father and your father kind of dwarfed you. So you see, when he really didn't become a major success in his own right, what does he choose to do? He chooses to honor his father. Because again, it was his father that was really the one that was really producing anything of long-lasting value. Now, in the face of largely white orchestras who tend not to play around the bar lines to stretch and bend, McFerrin says that because of his father's work in the movie, this music has been in my body for 40 years, probably longer than any other music. So again, at the end of the day, he's basically honoring his father because he really didn't measure up to his father. And he really wasn't, I would just say he really didn't live up to his full potential because of that Sun opposition Saturn. So what does he do? He defaults to his father. Next, we got Mr. Old Lazy Eye. I'll wait till press 1 once you can see the image. Let me stop. I need to stop being mean. But I mean, he does have a lazy eye. I mean, it's just true. And he's even spoken about the lazy eye. Beloved said, my father tread lightly with me. Nathan said, I feel that way. My dad kind of stunted my growth as a kid, and I don't feel like a real man because of him. Oh, all right. Y'all can see the image now. I know y'all know who this is. Beloved said, I manipulate my dad. All right. Who is this? Mr. Lazy Eye. Good actor, though. Very good actor. Very fine actor. A thespian. He's somebody you would call a thespian. Oh my God, we got 8 minutes before 11 o'clock. I gotta get on my feet. That's gonna be hard though, because I can't see the chat. Because I'm gonna have to hold my phone. Yes, that is Mr. Forrest Whitaker. Now, through doing this video, I found out some interesting information about Forrest Whitaker that I did not know. So he has Sun in Cancer, opposition Saturn in Capricorn. And one of the ways that this played out, and this is something that I did not know about him. Did y'all know that he had an ex-wife? Well, the ex-wife he had and mother of his children died of anorexia. If you Google a picture of Forrest Whitaker and his wife, I should have included the picture. You could see in some of the pictures how skinny his ex-wife was. So basically, him having to experience anorexia through his wife, which is represented by Cancer. Cancer is his wife. And Saturn and Capricorn is representing his wife dealing with anorexia, because Saturn, like I said, can make you skinny. Saturn and Capricorn can make you skinny, and it can deal with starvation. So basically, him experiencing anorexia through his wife is represented by Sun in Cancer, opposition Saturn and Capricorn. So yeah, I didn't know that about him, and I was like, wow, that's sad. So yeah, like just seeing a picture of his wife when she's real skinny like that, and she has this look of sadness in her eyes, it's really sad. Just Me 2023 said he had me shook on Jason's lyric, threw me off, right? I love that scene where where he's sitting in his dusty ass apartment getting drunk, and then he got the dirty tank top on, and then he kicked the air. And then he on his knees like begging his wife, and then he come to his ex-wife's house, and here she go, Mad Dog, go home. Mad Dog, go home. And he trying to come in because he's still trying to marry her after all these years and all this type of stuff. And that's when the little boy shoots him. And remember in the movie Jason's Lyric, see, you got me going now with this Jason's Lyric, just me. Remember in Jason's Lyric, they made you think in the beginning that it was the younger boy that killed his father, but we actually find out that it was Jason, the oldest boy, the goody gumdrop boy, that took his father out. Remember how he was trying to act like he was all goody and stuff, you know, working at the TV shop and all that, and he about to go down south and make a new life and stuff, but you the one that killed your dad. So how is it that the younger one ended up in prison? Tell me that. I don't know how that even happened. Younger one ends up in prison, but you're the one that took your dad out. Big eye, little eye, bad robot. Mad Dog, go home. I love that. I love that part for some reason. When she be like, Mad Dog, go home. All right, let me calm down. Let me stop. All right. So again, the anorexia. Hey, Tiana, how you doing? All right. It says in 1988, Whitaker appeared in the film Bloodsport and had his first lead role starring as jazz alto saxophonist Charlie Bird Parker in Clint Eastwood's Bird. To prepare himself for the part, Whitaker took saxophone lessons and sequestered himself in a loft with only a bed, couch, and an alto saxophone. So the fact that he sequestered himself, that's Sun opposition Saturn, especially Saturn being in Capricorn, him trying to get fully into that role. So he got to sequester himself, spend a bunch of time in solitude to get the role right. Speaking of that, did y'all see that interview with Terrence Howard? He was basically admitting that to be a good actor, you got to allow a demon to come into you. Did y'all see that? And Terrence Howard, he had the Farrah Fawcett wig on. I don't know why he had that wig on and he was dressed like a pimp, but maybe it's a movie role he's about to play. But Terrence Howard is nuts. He has lost his mind. Now, Whitaker's 2006 portrayal of Idi Amin in the film The Last King of Scotland earned him positive reviews by critics as well as multiple awards and honors. To portray the dictator, Whitaker gained 50 pounds, learned to play the accordion, and immersed himself in research. So we know to gain 50 pounds, you got to eat a lot. So that wasn't hard for him because he has Sun in Cancer. But we know at some point he had to lose that weight. And that's where that Sun in Cancer opposition Saturn and Capricorn is coming in. But even the fact that he was willing to put on 50 pounds just shows how serious of an actor he is. And when you got Sun opposition Saturn as an actor, that means you are very serious. And you might take yourself a bit too seriously. Like, for instance, he's probably turned down roles that could have ended up making him a lot of money simply because he just felt like he wasn't right for that role or that he didn't like the storyline or whatever. It's nothing wrong with turning down roles. I'm just saying sometimes when you got Sun opposition Saturn, you might take yourself a little too seriously. You might take life a little too seriously. Now, his ancestry has been traced to Nikwere, an Imo state of Nigeria, where he was made an honorary title chief on April 5th, 2009. So him being an honorary chief and dealing with the ancestry, that's dealing with Sun in Cancer, opposition, Saturn and Capricorn. All right, next. Y'all let me know when y'all can see this image. She's an Aquarius. When I tell you she looks like an Aquarius, like, you know, I feel like Aquarians are some of the most easily identifiable people in terms of the way they look. And she definitely got the look of an Aquarius. This thing is really delayed because nobody's pressing a 1 yet, and it's not popping up. Now it pops up. That's why I got to ask y'all to press 1, because I don't want to just scroll and then y'all miss the picture. Yeah, Kawaii, not this chick. Can't you tell she's an Aquarius? She just got that Aquarius look. Okay, who are we talking about? Who's this? You don't think she has an Aquarius look? I think she does. Y'all know who this is. You're saying we are way more edgy. You got to understand, she's from the old school. And she grew up high sedity. She grew up rich. So a lot of rich people, especially rich people that grow up in, old money families, they're not going to be real edgy. And not all Aquarians are edgy. Like my mom, she's an Aquarius. She's not edgy at all. Or my dad. Blazing Black Dolphin says she looks like one. I recognize those alien faces everywhere. Just Me 2023 said, yeah, Oprah has the same smile. Yes. Yes. Okay, yes, Inna. That's Inna Garden. Now, do y'all know why I chose her for Sun opposition Saturn? Because she was in the news, what was it, like 10 years ago? Maybe a little bit even more. But do y'all remember? But first, let's get into some of her background. And the funny thing is, when I saw that she had Sun opposition Saturn, I was like, that's her husband, Jeffrey, never being home. So if you used to watch her cooking show, she talks about her husband, Jeffrey, a lot. I used to watch her show a lot. I used to love the Food Network, and she was one of the Food Network cooks. So she would talk about Jeffrey a lot, but she would always be like, Jeffrey's in New York. He's working. Jeffrey's working. Jeffrey's working. So remember I said Sun opposition Saturn can deal with a husband that's always working. And she definitely has that with Jeffrey. Now it says Garden described her father as a socializer and admits she shares more characteristics with him than her mother. So remember I said with Sun opposition Saturn, the father could have a major impact upon the person's life. And then Jeffrey, her husband, served a 4-year military tour during the Vietnam War, which is even more time that he spent away from her with him serving in the Vietnam War. Now in Washington, Garden worked in the White House. Her working in government, Sun opposition Saturn. Wait a minute, what's she saying about Aquarius? Hold on. In a garden is, yeah. You said Team Aquarius. Okay, I know you're gonna cape for your squad. All right. Jeffrey worked in the State Department, earning his PhD at Johns Hopkins School for Advanced International Studies. Garden was originally employed by the Federal Power Commission and later at the White House Office of Management and Budget. So she had a pretty high position dealing with the government. Eventually, she was assigned the position of budget analyst, which entailed writing the nuclear energy, that's Aquarius all day, and policy papers on nuclear centrifuge plants for Presidents Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter. So she's dealing with government officials, very much Sun and Aquarius opposition Saturn. However, she found out later on that this was not who she really was. So remember what I said with Sun opposition Saturn, you could be dealing with government officials, but you're not one of them. And that's basically what she had to come to terms with. So it says, while she worked at OMB, Garden was also taught herself to cook and entertain while buying and renovating old houses in the DuPont Circle and Kalorama neighborhoods. She used the profits from these sales to make her next purchase, the Barefoot Contessa specialty food store. Garden left her government job in 1978 after spotting an ad for a 400 square foot specialty store called Barefoot Contessa in West Hampton Beach, New York. My job in Washington was intellectually exciting and stimulating, but it wasn't me at all. That is so Sun opposition Saturn. She explained her 4 years later. After traveling to visit the store, she purchased it and moved to New York. She often worked 12-hour days. Remember, I said Sun opposition Saturn, you could be working all the time. You don't have time to enjoy yourself. The store had been named by its original owner in tribute to the 1954 film, which starred Ava Gardner. Gardner kept the name. It meshed well with her idea of elegant but earthy lifestyle. Incidentally, as of 2006, she has not seen the film. So basically, this goes into her creating the Barefoot Contessa store. And then she eventually talks about her studying the stock market, which is very Saturn and Leo, attempted to sketch out plans for potential business ventures. At the time, her website, Barefoot Contessa, became a high-profile business as she began offering her coffees and a few other items for purchase online. And then it says, okay, here we go. This is the big one with Sun opposition Saturn for her. The Barefoot Contessa stepped in hot water when she turned down a request from a 6-year-old cancer victim. The young boy's wish was to cook a meal within a garden, but she reportedly declined offer due to the scheduling conflict. So she's basically saying, my schedule was so full that I couldn't see this little boy that was dying of cancer and, make his wish come true. And from what I heard, they asked her 2 times and she denied them both times. But Aquarians can be like that. And honestly, I'm not saying it in a way, they call Aquarians cold and detached. But also think about Aquarius being a sign of equanimity. It's a equanimous sign. Am I pronouncing that right? It's about equanimity, meaning everybody is on the same level, right? So I'm trying to get inside Ina Garden's head as to why, as an Aquarius, because again, once she didn't, like when I found out she denied this boy his wish, this boy dying of cancer, his wish to sit with her and cook something with her, I wasn't surprised because she's an Aquarius. But it's not equanimity, it's egalitarian. That's the word I'm looking for. Egalitarian, which basically means everybody's on the same level. And that is the way I'm thinking she was thinking. She was like, just because this boy got cancer doesn't mean that I have to drop everything and go and do this for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, because she's probably thinking that there's millions of kids with cancer. Why is he any special? Why is he special? But that is how an Aquarius would rationalize things, right or wrong. And I do believe she should have just swallowed her pride the second time that they approached her, and she should have just went and did that and tried to make the boy's wish come true. But I'm thinking in terms of her rationalize, she was probably like, there's millions of kids dying of cancer. Why is this kid any special than any of these other kids that are dying of cancer? And because it's the Make-A-Wish Foundation, she probably didn't like that whole performative part of showing up and all that, just to basically show that, oh yeah, I'm doing my part. So I'm basically kind of defending Ina in that way, even though I feel like she should have did it from a egalitarian perspective. I could kind of see where someone could come from if they choose not to drop everything to go be with this kid. Now, was she dealing with a scheduling conflict? I'm sure. But I'm sure in order to make this kid's wish come true, she could have worked out something. But again, I'm thinking that she was thinking along the lines of, there's so many kids out there that are dying of cancer. Why should I pick this one out simply because he's part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation? And it might have even been where she was thinking, well, if I do it for him, there's a bunch of other cancer kids that are going to want me to do it for them. She could have been thinking that way too. Yes, I agree. She did fail to read the room. Nurse Tara said, as an Aquarius, she's still wrong for that. I agree. Yeah. And I'm trying to think about how she rationalized her decision to not make that little boy's wish come true. And instead of being able to cook with in a garden, instead he was swimming with the sharks, not the sharks. He was swimming with the dolphins. I think that was his second wish. And he was able to get that. And I think that's better than cooking with that stuck up bitch anyway. But anyway, it says to make the Make-A-Wish Foundation reportedly approached Garten twice to arrange a meeting with the boy, but she refused the request both times. As news of Garten denying Make-A-Wish surfaced online, people understandably got a little upset at the Contessa. Apparently, the uproar reached such a pitch by Monday that Garten agreed to meet Enzo, even inviting him to the Food Network studios, according to TMZ. So the third time around, she did find, but this is after she got backlash. She finally capitulated and was like, okay, I'm going to go meet with the boy. If I was that boy's mother, I would have been like, bitch, you need to sit your fat ass down and eat your damn cookies and your bread and cakes and whatever you making in that damn kitchen, because I don't want no parts of you no more. You had a chance and you messed it up. But yeah, that's messed up. Bonita said, I'm not gonna lie, I probably would have been on the same time, but I would have explained why I declined and would have consultation gift or gift basket or something. I get what you're saying. Yeah. So Benita's saying that, because Benita's an Aquarius, she's saying that she probably would have been the same, maybe declined, but would have sent something in exchange, like a gift basket or something to make up for it. And yeah, it could have been like an autographed cookbook of hers or something like that. She could have did that. Yeah. And why didn't she? But she got her head stuck far up her own ass. That's her problem. All right, next. Y'all let me know when y'all can see the image. Now, I don't have much about this chick, and I might do a few more before I get into the rest of the readings, and then I might come back tomorrow and do a part 2, because we still got a lot more to do, and it's getting late. It's past 11. I haven't got my steps in, and I probably won't, because it's going to be too much to try to be walking and trying to do this at the same time, but I'll make up for it tomorrow. Screw it. Today was a special day anyway. All right, y'all tell me who that is. All right, y'all can see the picture. Who is that? Anybody? Blazer says she's scared. Why? What's wrong? Tiana. Yes, Carrie. There's Carrie Washington. So Carrie Washington has Sun opposition Saturn in her chart. So she has Sun in Aquarius opposition Saturn and Leo. You know, this shit makes me think of that movie, She Hate Me. Did y'all ever see that movie made by Spike Lee? That movie sucked. But in that movie, she played a lesbian. And her and the girl, Bonita, remember that? I think we watched it together. Remember? Because I remember, Bonita, remember that movie, She Hate Me? Spike Lee did it. And I remember you were the one who identified the Spanish chick. And you was like, that's the chick from the Fat Albert movie. Remember that? Where you at, Bonita? Please tell me you remember that. Because I swear, wait a minute, no. Maybe that was my sister. I think that was me and my sister watching that movie. My bad. You know, because your aunt and you got that Scorpio energy. Sometimes I be getting the memories mixed up. I be thinking that a memory that I had with her is one that I had with you. But yeah, I think I was watching it with her. I don't think it was you that was watching that movie with me. But yeah, she was like, that's the chick from the Fat Albert movie. But they was getting it in that She Hate Me movie. If you never, yes, Anthony Mackie is in that movie. If you never seen She Hate Me, check it out. Kerry Washington is getting it on with this female in that movie. They scissoring and everything. No, I don't know if they were scissoring. No, I think they were in that movie. I know it had me blushing. I was like, ooh. But yeah, that was in her earlier career. And then she was also in this other movie when she was really young. I remember seeing it. And she was speaking Spanish and stuff. You know what? I do not like Kevin Gates. but I will do a reading on him, especially if somebody sponsors it. Yeah, somebody needs to sponsor a Kevin Gates reading so I could read him for filth. I do not like that man. All right, Sun in Aquarius, opposition Saturn and Leo. So she was conceived via a sperm donor. Isn't that interesting? So her having issues with her father, she was conceived via a sperm donor because her mother was a very educated, I think her mother was a professor at a university. And you know how very educated people are. Sometimes they're like, shoot, I don't need a man to get pregnant. I'll just get a sperm donor. So she was conceived via a sperm donor, which she only learned in 2018. Interesting. Oh, so you do remember. So that was you. We watched, okay. So you remember being like, that's the girl from the Fat Albert movie. Okay. All right. In 2023, Washington revealed that she had an abortion when she was in her late 20s. So Sun in Aquarius opposing Saturn and Leo. That's basically her basically shutting that whole pregnancy down, saying, nope, I'm not having no baby right now because my career comes first. From April 2012 to April 2018, Washington starred in the ABC drama series Scandal, created by Shonda Rhimes, as Olivia Pope, a crisis manager who runs her own crisis management firm called Olivia Pope and Associates in Washington, D.C. Look, see how this opposition is even playing out in terms of the role she's playing? Remember I said you dealing with government officials, in this case, the president of the United States, because Saturn's in Leo. So in this position, she worked for high-profile figures, most notably the President of the United States, who was also her on and off lover. Now, Washington's performance earned positive reviews, and in 2013, she won the award for Outstanding Actress in a Drama Series at 44th NAACP Image Awards, and was also presented with the NAACP President's Award. The same year, she was named Favorite Actress in Scandal, Favorite Drama. So she's getting all these awards. That's very Sun opposition Saturn as well. Now, Washington is also a supporter of LGBT rights. In August 2013, she was named an honorary chairperson of the GLSEN Respect Awards, and she was received the GLAAD Vanguard Award on March 21st, 2015. In June 2016, the Human Rights Campaign released a video in tribute to victims of Orlando nightclub shooting. In that video, Washington and others told the stories of the people killed there. So her basically being part of this, being honored, being a chairperson, that's Sun opposition Saturn. She is a member of the Creative Coalition. Remember, as an Aquarius, that whole LGBTQ comes into play. Now, she is a member of the Creative Coalition, which is a board of actors, writers, musicians, and producers that explore issues that are at the forefront of national discourse. She is also a member of V-Day, a global movement that brings awareness to violence against women and girls. In March 2016, Washington and fellow Shonda Land colleagues Ellen Pompeo, Viola Davis, and Shonda Rhimes appeared in a commercial endorsing Hillary Clinton for president. So again, her mixing with the officials. All right, next picture. Y'all let me know when you can see the picture up. He was known to say, always bet on black. He was known to say, I didn't like this pretty motherfucker anyway. Mr. Nino Brown, Mr. Demolition Man, Mr. Blade himself. Wait a minute, whose husband is cute? Oh, Kerry Washington's husband. Isn't he like wait, he was an athlete, right? Or was he a preacher? Am I getting her mixed up with somebody? Yes. First of all, I'm getting tired of seeing Wesley's face. I swear, every time I do a video about an aspect, he has this aspect in his chart. So Wesley has Sun opposition Saturn in his chart. But I'm about to show y'all this picture. Y'all about to really see the negative side of Sun opposition Saturn, because Saturn has not been kind to this man. Let me tell you. God damn. I'm sorry. I forgot how bad it looked. Y'all let me know when y'all see the next picture. He looked like the Purple Pie Man. Remember the Purple Pie Man with strawberry shortcake? That's the Purple Pie Man right there. But this is what Sun opposition Saturn. This is what Saturn can do. It can basically drain you of your life. It's like jerking his life force out of him. His vitality is basically gone. Press a 1 when y'all see this picture, man. What is wrong with him? He's look like he got AIDS. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He's sick and he's not telling us. You know, people's worried about Jamie Foxx. We need to worry about Wesley Snipes. He might not have much time left. Beloved said, I found Wesley so sexy in New Jack. Yeah, because you like them bad boys, I see. Nino Brown. Okay, so you see the picture. Good. What the hell is happening to Wesley Snipes? Ew, a silverfish. Hold on, let me kill it. Oh, it's trying to. Oh my God. Oh God, he's running away. All right, I got it. Hold on, let me get a napkin and get rid of this thing. Hold on. You know, there's some bugs. You know how some bugs don't phase you? Wait, that's not even it. I got where did it go? Oh, there it is. Silverfish don't phase me, right? I can kill them with my hand. Say, you know, gnats, they don't phase you, but then there's those other bugs. Have me running out the room. Like towards the end of the summer, you'll start getting those palmetto bugs. Like in Arizona, they're called palmetto bugs, but they're really those giant cockroaches that live outside. They're not the kind of cockroach, they're not German cockroaches, but you know, them big ones. Some people call them water bugs. But yeah, towards the end of the summer, those motherfuckers like to invade your house. And we might see maybe 1 or 2, you know, in the late part of the summer. Oh my God, they'd be so big. And I'd be, oh, I hate seeing them. And like, I remember the last time I saw one, it was in my bathroom on the wall. And I'm looking in my mirror, you know, just getting ready. And I see that big old nasty bug behind me on the wall. And I just screamed. I was like, ah! But then I got myself together, got the bug spray, and then took that thing out. But yeah, that's one thing I hate about the summer season. I hate bugs. Oh my God. And then we got these horrible wasps. These wasps, like you want to spend some time outside, but then here come a wasp, and then he wants to get inside your patio, and then I just can't. It's just, thankfully, and knock on wood, where I live now, we don't have scorpions. But where I used to live, we used to have scorpions. So that was another thing to worry about. But yeah, Wesley Snipes is looking bad, y'all. Looking bad. I keep on meaning to get some diatomaceous earth because I heard that's the best thing to work against, you know, bugs and critters and stuff like that. And the thing is, we don't really have a bug problem here. It's just, you know, summertime, late summer, especially once it rains. Like if it rains heavily, those bugs like to come out of the ground and sometimes they'll come up the drain. Oh my God, frightening. And why are we scared of bugs like that? Because we're way bigger than they are. But some of those bugs, like those roaches, they fly. Those big ones. I know they have them in Florida. They have them in Georgia. Arizona has them. And where I used to live in Jersey and Philly, I would see those big in Jersey and Philly, they call them wood roaches, but they also have these black water bugs. And even in Arizona, I've seen the black water bugs, but only in certain areas. And why do they only come out at night? Straight up demons. But anyway, and Wesley Snipes, he looks kind of like a water bug right here. That's probably why I got started talking about roaches and water bugs, because of the way he look right now. Now, he got Sun in Leo, opposition Saturn in Aquarius. Snipes was born in Orlando, Florida, the son of Marion, a teacher's assistant, and Wesley Rudolph Snipes, an aircraft engineer. So Saturn in Aquarius is representing his father being an aircraft engineer because Aquarius rules aircraft. In 2000, the business was investigated for alleged ties to the United Nubian Nation of Moors. Oh, so that deals with that opposition. The indictment also charged that Snipes failed to file tax returns for any of the years 1999 through 2004. So this is him going up against the government because he believes he's a sovereign citizen So he's one of them sovereign citizen type of dudes. Snipes responded to his indictment in a letter on December 4th, 2006, declaring himself to be a non-resident alien of the United States. In reality, Snipes is a birthright U.S. citizen. Such tactics are common of the Freeman Sovereign Citizen, or OPCA, organized pseudo-legal commercial argument category of litigation strategy. All right, that's enough about him. Move on. Let me know when you can see the next picture, because this one is a real good one. And she might be the last one I do, and I might do part 2 tomorrow. Because I can't even remember how many more I have left, but I know I have about 25 of these people, or maybe a list of 20. Let's see, how many of these celebrities do I have? Press 1 when you can see the image and tell me who you're looking at. Who is that? Diamond. That's Diamond. That's Diamond from the club. She said, Ebony, make the money. Don't let it make you. Those were some profound words of wisdom right there that Diamond was spit. She tried to help Ebony, but what did Ebony do? Ebony stabbed her right in the back by sleeping with her man, didn't she? And then Diamond had to get the gun out. She had to get the hammer out. What was the dude's name? Lance. And Lance wasn't even cute. Remember the little boy was like, bye, Lance. Yeah, Ebony was wild. And Diamond couldn't control her. And remember, Diamond's mother put it all on her to make sure Ebony didn't get into any trouble. I'm like, why is that Diamond's responsibility? Right? What was her name? What was her name in the movie? Because we just knew her by Diamond. I'm trying to think. But anyway, we gonna call her Diamond because that's what she went by. But anyway, remember the mom was like, I don't want to hear nothing about her being in that club. I feel like Ebony is her own person. And remember, she was doing her mom a favor by giving Ebony a place to stay when Ebony should have been staying with the mom, but she pushed her off on Diamond. But yeah, Players Club, that was her claim to fame. Because all the other movies she was in, I'm just like, she was in Civil Brand, but I didn't think she did such a good job in that movie. She was in that movie, what was it, where they were all playing like cowgirls. What was that movie? It was like a BET movie. And they were playing like Monica Calhoun was in it. Lisa Ray was in it. Who else? Some other chicks were in it, but yeah, it was about the cowgirls and then Wild Wild West type of thing. Oh yeah, can't clap your booty like your cousin. Yes, Ebony slept with her man. Yes. Yes, her mother did just pass away. Yup. So Lisa Ray threw shade at Halle Berry? What? I agree. Lisa Ray is aging very well. All right, let's get into Lisa Ray's story. So she has Sun in Libra, opposition Saturn in Pisces, which is another dissociative opposition. So the natural opposition would be if Saturn was in Aries, but it's in Pisces, and her Sun is in the early degrees of Libra. Now her disabled, actually, I think her Sun is at the 0 degree of Libra. Like she's born on the cusp. That's why some people have disputed whether she or argued about whether she's a Virgo or a Libra. I'm like, she a Libra all day. Now, her disabled father and his subsequent death. So that's dealing with the situation. And she loved her daddy. She was like a daddy's girl. But, you know, she's dealing with some challenges with the father situation. Number one, he died when she was still rather young. And number two, he wasn't faithful to her mother. So that created a lot of tension between her and her mother and all that. Like she would always take her father's side according to the mother. And I think Lisa Ray even admitted that. And she said there was times where she was really mean to her mother because she would be all sticking up for her dad. So her father having a major impact upon her life, very much dealing with this opposition. It says at the time she claimed that, okay, so this is about her marriage. Because that's the main reason why I'm using her as an example of Sun opposition Saturn. So remember, she was in that marriage to that guy that was the prime minister or president of Turks and Caicos. So it says at the time she claimed that after she introduced Turks and Caicos, don't that sound familiar? So at the time, she claimed that after she introduced her husband, former Turks and Caicos Islands premier Michael Missick, to Dwayne, the two grew so close that she ultimately lost her partner to her co-star. She also alleged that the actor, now 58, disrespected her by engaging her politician husband, now 57, to be unfaithful. Did I say engaging? I mean encouraging her politician husband, now 57, to be unfaithful to her. Now, Dwayne Martin was her co-star on All of Us. I used to love that show. I thought it was a really good show. So Will and Jada produced this show called All of Us. And this will tell you something about how Will and Jada get down, because I think they was having sex with everybody on that show, including Lisa Ray. Now, Will and Jada produced this show called All of Us. And, you know, Will is best friends with Dwayne Martin, you know, a little bit more than best friends. And Dwayne and Lisa Ray, of course, they become friends because they're co-stars on the show that Will Smith and Jada produced. So naturally, if Dwayne Martin's your friend, you're going to introduce your friend to your husband. They go, okay, they'll probably be buddies or whatever, but me and him, we still going to be real cool, good friends. So what happened was Dwayne started taking her husband out to the clubs and stuff, and basically showing him that he didn't have to be faithful and that he could play around and have these orgies and parties and stuff. And, and I think that they was probably getting it on with each other too, because we know how Dwayne Martin get down. But anyway, Lisa Ray just thinks that he was dealing with other women, but I think he was dealing with women and men, because, there's quite a few men that like to get down like that. They just want to get their dick wet. They don't care what is getting it wet. Now, and I believe that's how her husband was. Now, she said this. She said, here I am on this island. Yes, it's beautiful, but I have no friends, no family. I have no career. Now that's Sun opposition Saturn. You see how she gave everything up for the husband? She's on her husband's time now, and now she don't have nobody because she's in Turks and Caicos, away from everybody. And now she feels isolated. Now she's lonely. She don't have nobody. So naturally, what does she do? She calls up one of her friends, Dwayne Martin, flies him out. Let's start partying with Dwayne. And Dwayne ends up taking her husband underneath his wing and showing him that Holly weird type of life. Now, she said, I lost my husband to Dwayne Martin, the actress stated during the 2019 interview, which is now recirculating around the web. In addition, she said that Michael was traveling a lot for his work, while she would stay behind and partake in various engagements or appearances on the island. See, she thought being the first lady of an island was going to be all glamorous and stuff, till them coconuts started thumping her on the head. Now, she said feeling lonely and homesick. Well, says feeling lonely and homesick, she decided to invite her close friend Dwayne to come visit her and Michael in Turks and Caicos. But she called introducing her former co-star to her husband the worst thing she ever did. Dwayne and Michael became better friends than me and my husband were. And I couldn't understand that for the love of God, she said. Now, that just shows she's kind of naive. Like, why wouldn't she think that that would happen? They're two men. But because she's a Libra, she thinks she's on even keel with men. And she don't understand at the end of the day, there's this thing called the old boys club that still exists, where men, they got this thing where they're going to keep it amongst themselves and not let the women know. But because she's a Libra and they believe in equality, she thinks that she should have equal footing with her husband when it comes to dealing with Dwayne. She don't get it. Now, Dwayne introduced my husband to different women and men, I'm sure, women that we actually knew as friends and associates. I'm thinking, you're my friend. I introduced you to him. What are you doing? I'm still kind of confused by that one. Again, she's not understanding the fact that you're dealing with two men. Of course, they're going to bond better than you bonding with Dwayne. Lisa Ray and Michael announced that they were divorcing in August 2008 after 2 years together. And to me, the fact that she was such good friends with Dwayne reinforces my belief that Dwayne is gay. I don't care if he married Tisha Campbell. Now, she testified against her ex in 2020 after he was accused of corruption for allegedly selling public land to fund his own investments. He has denied all wrongdoing, and the case is still ongoing. So the fact that, he was dealing with some shady stuff business-wise, dealing with like fraudulent investments and corruption and stuff, that's Sun opposition Saturn as well, especially with Saturn being in Pisces. All right. Tell me when you see the next person. And I think she's going to be the last one I do of tonight, and I'll just do the rest tomorrow. Just Me said Dwayne couldn't even keep Tisha and was draining her. They divorced and Dwayne went and got a younger Tisha lookalike. Yeah, to be his beard. Tisha, girl, Danny, don't say it yet because she's on my list. That's right. I forgot. I totally forgot that I have her on my list. And that news just came out. So I was like, oh, this is fresh. Let me include this. So that was good. Okay, y'all pressing 1, which means y'all can see Whitney. So Whitney had Sun opposition Saturn. And it makes a lot of sense because I firmly believe like she was pushed into this life, like in terms of being a professional singer. Like she really didn't have any choice. This was what she was born to do. And I feel like a lot of times when she was working, she really couldn't enjoy herself. She couldn't be herself. Because remember, Whitney would carry herself when it came to being in the public eye, at least in the very beginning, as someone that she really wasn't. They tried and it was really Clive Davis doing, like trying to make her into like this kind of Black Barbie, or where she was, I don't know, y'all help me out. Like, y'all know what I mean. More on that good girl image, more on that, I come from the suburbs where she really came from the hood, that type of thing. So Whitney was really not able to be who she really was when she was working, when she was in the public eye. Now, you really saw the real Whitney come out on the Being Bobby Brown reality show. Remember that reality show, Being Bobby Brown? That was very entertaining. Bobby Brown being an Aquarius, Whitney being a Leo. So you saw that opposition play out on Being Bobby Brown, with Bobby Brown being represented by Saturn in Aquarius. So Sun and Leo opposition Saturn in Aquarius. So there was this right here is very much describing Whitney. So this is in someone else's words, this guy that knew her intimately. And he was the one that created the movie about her. It said there was something very disturbed about her because she was never comfortable in her own skin. McDonald told Vanity Fair on Wednesday, she seemed kind of asexual in a strange way. And honestly, I kind of agree with him on that. Like, I always looked at Whitney Houston as being very pretty, but she never really gave off sex appeal. You know what I mean? She was a pretty woman, but she wasn't sexy. So I see what he's saying about this. So him saying she was a beautiful woman, but she was never particularly sexy. That's very much that opposition. He said, I've seen and done some filming with people who have suffered childhood sexual abuse. And there was just something about her manner that was reminiscent to me of that sort of shrinking, a lack of comfort in her own physicality that felt maybe that it was that is what it was. So basically this person is speculating because she seemed kind of restrained in terms of the way she expressed herself, that this could have been a sign that she was sexually abused when she was younger. And that when he uses the term shrinking, that's very much Saturn. And sometimes, some people with Sun opposition Saturn, they could feel small. Now, he said, I initially thought the story was maybe about her sexuality, that she was somebody who was not able to be gay publicly, said McDonald, referring to the romantic relationship Houston allegedly had with her longtime best friend and employee, Robin Crawford. So the fact that people speculated for years that Whitney had a lesbian girlfriend or that was in a lesbian relationship with this woman named Robin, that deals with that opposition because Aquarius rules the LGBTQ community. And because it's the opposition, it's basically showing that either Whitney was trying to divorce herself from that side of that lifestyle, or she just wasn't basically integrating that into her life as a whole. It could have been something that she was like, okay, I'm going to have that over there and I'm going to be this over here. So it says a coupling that is confirmed in the documentary by several people who describe Houston's sexuality as fluid. So remember Keke Wyatt, why I say Keke Wyatt? Keke Palmer. Remember, she had the Sun opposition Saturn in Aquarius too. And she was like, I'm not trying to put that label on me, but she was saying that she is free to love who she wants to love. And if she wants to, be a lesbian one day, that's fine. If she wants to be straight one day, that's fine. So as you can see, Whitney has that same opposition involving Saturn and Aquarius. The only difference is Whitney's sun is in Leo, where Keke Palmer's sun was in Virgo. But it's the same type of energy where you might partake in homosexual activities, but you might not identify as such. Now, Whitney's father, this is the part that really burns me up, the fact that her father's company sued her. Now, Whitney's father acted as her mentor and business manager. John even created a company, John Houston Enterprises, to help his daughter maintain her business affairs. The same firm later negotiated a record $100 million 6-album deal in 2001 for Whitney, one of the largest contracts on record. Whitney was never candid about she and her father's relationship, but she did defend her dad by saying that a $100 million lawsuit in 2002 brought by John Houston Enterprises had nothing to do with him, but rather a greedy business associate of her father. And that makes a lot of sense because Saturn rules fathers, and with her Saturn being in Aquarius, that's her father's associate. So I do believe what she's saying, that it wasn't her father per se, it was the father's associate. But still, that still sucks. Now, John, who suffered from diabetes and heart troubles, passed away a year later during the proceedings, and the business partner didn't win 1 cent. So it's good that he didn't triumph in that case. That divorce allowed her father to get his claws into her, McDonald said. According to the director, Houston's father, John, who died in 2003, just wanted to get as much money out of her as he could in the shortest period of time. So one person is saying that, no, her father was trying to get her money, but I don't know. But the whole thing about the father's associate, it does support that Saturn in Aquarius. Now, in the film, Houston's Inner Circle recalls staging an intervention for the singer. So basically, they're trying to, this is about when people could tell that Whitney was on drugs and she was starting to slip. And they were recommending that her father tell her to go to rehab. And her father was looking the other way, saying, she don't need to go to rehab, even though he was having other people go to rehab. And then this is basically Bobby Brown bringing her down. Now, and again, Bobby Brown being an Aquarius, he's fitting into that Saturn in Aquarius. Now, a lot of people will be like, well, Bobby wasn't the one that got her hooked on drugs. Yeah, he wasn't, because she was doing drugs before Bobby. Whitney Houston's brother even says that him meaning Whitney Houston's brother, and Whitney, they were doing much more drugs than even Bobby was. But when I say about Bobby Brown bringing her down, I just still feel like Bobby Brown was not on her level. But then again, you could see the chemistry between them, but they was always fighting like cats and dogs too at the same time. And it can be hard, that Leo Aquarius opposition type of relationship, that can be particularly hard because both signs have very strong will and neither sign wants to bend for the other. So that's a big reason why a lot of that was happening. Now, remember, I said Sun opposition Saturn can deal with, in terms of a husband, can deal with where you're spending a lot of time in solitude. Your husband is not there a lot of time. And that represents the times when Bobby Brown was locked up. Oh my God. Okay, we got to wait till tomorrow because we got Prince and he's next. And I got like a bunch of slides on him because there's a bunch of examples of how his Sun opposition Saturn has played out. So we're going to stop right here and I'll do part 2 tomorrow. And then so what I'll do now is go to the rest of the super chats, including Marcus's Cash App. All right, so let me see where we're at with the super chats. I don't even know if I can see them anymore, so I'm gonna have to yeah, let me go to my dashboard. Just 1 second. The one and only Prince. All right, what am I doing? Okay, so I have to, okay, here it is. I'm seeing it now. So the next person that asked, I think it might have been Marcus. And you wanted the Celtic cross. Dre, I think I answered your question. Yup, I did. Marcus wanted the Celtic cross just about the remainder of the year. Bonita wanted me to just pull a card. And there was a couple of other people too. All right. Thank you for the super chats, everybody. Now I'll be able to go get some coffee from Starbucks tomorrow. No, I'm just playing. As expensive as Starbucks is, I rarely go to Starbucks anymore because I'm like, who wants to pay $6 for some damn coffee? $6 and more. All right, Marcus, this is for you. Kelsey Cross for the rest of this year. Right. I remember that, Felicia. Everybody was shocked when she got with Bobby because everybody looked at Whitney like she was on some next level, like she was above him. And I agree. All right. Celtic Cross for the rest of the year for Marcus. Marcus, I don't even know if you're still on the line, but you know, you can always catch the replay. All right, you said, what is my signature Starbucks drink? I'm a simple gal. So I don't need all that, you know, I need a vanilla latte with oat milk and 2 squirts of caramel. And I don't need all that. I'm very basic. I stick to one item that's on the menu that they easily can make, and it's the iced caramel macchiato. I love the iced caramel macchiato. Okay, Marcus, you're still here. All right, let's go. Wait, hold on. Let me shuffle a little bit more. It's 7:46 a.m. in the UK. Well, thank you for being up with me so early. All right, Celtic Cross. I don't love her. I try to tell myself, but you can't see it in my eyes. Okay, I got the 7 of Pentacles to start with. So that's where you're at right now. So that 7 of Pentacles can mean that you might be kind of feeling a little stuck, not sure what you should be doing exactly. And it could deal with ways to make money. It could be like, when you're thinking about that 7 of Pentacles card, like think in terms of you planted some seeds and you were expecting to have a nice crop. Let's say you planted some tomato seed and you were expecting to have like at least 20 tomatoes come out of that. And then when you go to check on your tomatoes, you're seeing that only 2 have matured, only 2 have grown to the size that you expected. That's very much 7 of Pentacles. It can even deal with where you are trying things out to see what is actually going to work. And it could deal with some of the products. Like, I don't know if you're still doing the hair products, and I think you were doing some skin products too, but that could deal with that. You might be like, okay, is this the right mix, or do I need to add something more? But it can also just deal with, you're not really happy with the way they, or I shouldn't even say happy, you're not really satisfied with the way things are going just right now. But it's all good, because that 7 of Pentacles can mean that you do have something in the works. It just hasn't manifested. Oh no, you're right after markets, and I'm doing markets right now. It just hasn't manifested right now. Now, what's nice is the card that you have crossing you is the 8 of Wands. And that 8 of Wands is very much about all systems go. It's very much about things happening quickly. But it can also deal with things coming to a close or things coming to an end. It can also deal with travel. You could be getting on a plane and going somewhere in the near future, or you could have a trip that you are planning that's going to take place before this year ends. I love the 8 of Wands card. It's a card that basically means that it's like free flowing energy. It can also mean infatuation. So you could be infatuated with someone. It can also mean that you could be flirting with someone. And in some cases, it could represent a fling, a love affair, but usually where that love affair doesn't last long at all. All right, the basis of this Celtic cross spread is the Queen of Cups. And that Queen of Cups could pertain to a woman in your family. It could pertain to your mother in particular. So there could have been a situation involving her. And that Queen of Cups is also about following your heart. So you might have did something or came up with a decision that dealt with having to follow your heart. And that basis is basically showing the foundation for this reading. And that Queen of Cups can deal with doing something creatively, creating something, could deal with something involving cosmetics if you're still going in that route. And the recent past is dealing with the Knight of Pentacles. And that Knight of Pentacles can deal with you getting your hands on some extra money, or where maybe you got a job, or where you're just being more prudent. It could also deal with an event that you had attended in the past, and it could be an event that might deal with something that could be like a workshop, or it could even be something dealing with financial success or something like that. In terms of the highest possibility for the rest of this year, I got the Star card, which is really good. So the Star card can deal with where you are replenishing something. So let's say, all right, Marcus, you giving me some feedback right now? Hold on. You said, yes, I'm actually working right now at nights part-time while I'm in school, medical coding. My dream is to still have my own hair and skincare line, but I don't want to struggle to achieve that. Amen. All right, I like that. I'm glad that you're working and that you're also in school for medical coding. And makes sense, because that Knight of Pentacles can deal with where you are more about practical solutions to your existing problems, instead of just hoping and wishing and saying, you know what, well, someday I'm going to make it. No, you're like, I got to make some money, so I got to do what I got to do. Being very practical, that's Knight of Pentacles. I got the Star card for the possibility, the highest possibility for this year. That's a really good card to have. It is a card that can deal with replenishment. So for instance, let's say that you spent some money. Let's say you had some savings, right? But you had to dip into your savings. Well, that Star card can mean that you'll be making enough money where you can replenish what you spent. So replenishment is a big one. Refreshment is another big one. So that can mean that you might be going somewhere where you could really enjoy yourself, like, and where there's going to be like a spa that you could go to and really get pampered and stuff and really feel rejuvenated. Also, that Star card can deal with education. So that makes me think of the medical coding. So you could complete that. Let me know if you'll be completing the medical coding before the year ends or by the year ends. So
Marcus said, so I'm pursuing a career in medical coding so I can have a nice nest egg to fall back on while I'm doing the whole entrepreneurial thing. That is so smart. That is so smart. And medical coding is smart because those jobs will always be available. Somebody will always need a medical coder. So you chose the right job. I mean, right degree program. All right. So the star card is also about doing something here and doing a little something here. A lot of times when you see the star card, that can deal with part-time. So it could deal with a part-time job, like you said, and then going to school part-time. So that star card could just basically represent, yeah, you're still going to school part-time and you're working part-time and you're making it work at the end of the day. And then at the end of the day, that star card can also deal with becoming more enlightened in a number of ways. And, it could even represent using astrology to understand your chart better. And if I were you, I would even worry about that trioctal. Because I don't even get into you got minor aspects, right? Like the semi-square and the sesqui-square. I use those because I don't even consider them to be minor. But then you got them other ones like the novile, the septile, the octile, the trioctile, the quintile. A lot of those are just fluff, honestly. When I tell you the main aspects, the main Ptolemaic aspects are the main ones, like those are the ones, if you got those, you're good. And I would also include, like I said, what would be considered the minor aspects. The ones I include, the semi-square, the sesqui-square, and the quincunx. That trioctile, that's just fluff, in my opinion. It's like telling you stuff that you can already see with the regular aspects. So I just wanted to put that out there. Just to let you know, I don't use those. What do I call those? We can call them auxiliary aspects. So yeah, if somebody can convince me that these aspects do really produce something that I haven't seen with other aspects, then maybe I'll be a believer. But until then, I stick with the main aspects, like I said. So that would be the conjunction, semi-square, the square, the sextile, the opposition, the quincunx, sesqui-square, and did I miss one? I think that's it. I don't even deal with the semi-sextile. Yeah, because to me it's just waste of time. But anyway, so yeah, going back to the star, when it comes to understanding your chart, since you asked about that trioctal, it helps to keep it simple. Some of these websites, honestly, will just have you confused and have you overwhelmed with all the information they're throwing at you. And they'll make it seem like you got more aspects than what you really have in some cases because they're counting everything. And honestly, that's not a good way to read a chart, to be including all these auxiliary aspects on top of the other aspects. After a while, you'll be reading the chart of anybody, if you get what I'm saying. It's not going to narrow things down, really. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there because that star card does very well deal with astrology. So I'm going to say be more simple with it. And that way you'll be able to understand what you're really dealing with. All right. And then you said, I also have Saturn and Pisces in the first house, retrograde. So I think you're the same age as my daughter. Were you born in 94, Marcus? Also, I have Saturn and Pisces in the first house, retrograde. So I don't mind anymore to wait till my Saturn return to be, you might be 1 year younger than my daughter because she already went through her Saturn return, to be an entrepreneur because I feel like that's what's going to happen anyway. And a lot of times that is the case. I didn't start my business until after my solar return too. I mean, solar return, Saturn return. Yeah. All right. And then near future, I got the Four of Swords. Now, the Four of Swords is a card of, okay, so yeah, you were born a year after my daughter. My daughter was born in 94. So you were born in 95. So Four of Swords, that's a card, and that's the card dealing with the near future. So we're talking about the rest of this year. We can look at the near future as being the next couple of months. So in the next couple of months, that could be basically, it's represented by the Four of Swords. So that could show that you're going to be contemplating a lot. You may not be doing much beyond working and going to school. So that Four of Swords can mean that you're going to have a lot on your mind. You're going to be planning. but it can also represent also you going somewhere to take some time off or whatever, to just, relax or whatever like that. And try not to overthink situations with that Four of Swords. All right, and then the card that I have to represent you, so that's card number 7, is the World card. And the World card is a card of success. It's a card of finishing what you started. It's a card of basically, you could say, conquering whatever you're trying to conquer or making things happen, but where you're basically creating your own world, if you get what I'm saying. So that makes me think about the products that you're creating, the hair and the skincare products. So that World card is like, okay, you started, but keep going with it. Don't stop. Don't allow this job or even school to take you off of the path of your ultimate goal, which is to have that business, to be an entrepreneur. So yeah, you do got to work. You're going to school, but the World card is also saying, don't lose sight of what you are really trying to accomplish and make sure you finish what you started. And then Five of Cups is card number 8. That's your environment. And it's also dealing with how people see you. So with the Five of Cups, some people might see you as kind of down, or they might feel like you're not really actively engaged with them anymore. You might have a friend that you really ain't messing with anymore, and they might be wondering, like, what's going on with you or whatever. But it might be a simple matter of you not having much time. You may not have much time because you're in school and you're working. So that could be why people are seeing you as the Five of Cups. You're not able to do what you were able to do. And then in terms of your environment, there might be something that is not really conducive to your well-being in terms of your environment with that Five of Cups. And again, we're looking at the rest of this year. So it could be something that may need to be fixed, and it might be like on your street, and it might be contributing to things looking, kind of run down or whatever, and that could kind of get you down. Card number 9 is your hopes and fears, and that's the Page of Cups. And that Page of Cups is making me think again about your hair and skincare products, because that Cups is very much dealing with things of that nature and also creative ideas. So that's more so your hopes than your fears. And then the outcome is the Four of Wands. And that Four of Wands is a really positive card. That makes me think that you might be completing that medical coding program by the end of the year, or you'll be very close to completing. You'll have a lot of credits or enough credits under your belt to feel like you have achieved something. You've reached a milestone. So having Four of Wands as the outcome is really good. That can also show that you could be attending an event, maybe for New Year's Eve, and really, you could even say making your debut. That Four of Wands could deal with where you make some type of debut, and it might even be with a product, and it might be like where you're doing a test market to see if people like the product that you have. So Marcus said, I really don't feel connected with my family anymore. I don't have them. We just have very different viewpoints, especially with religion. They are very religious. Oh, I can understand. Because sometimes very religious people, they suffer from myopia. Like they can only see things from their small little perspective. They can't see things from other people's perspective. And that could be quite disheartening. All right, Marcus, I hope that helps. But for the most part, it looks very positive. All right, Benita, let's do it. So I'm going to pull one card for some advice, basically what the universe wants you to know. And then I have to, let's see. Oh, here we go. Let me make sure I got all the super chats.
All right, what am oh, see what I'm doing.
It's such confusion, don't it? Make you want to scream. Make you want to scream. I've been listening to that a lot. Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson scream. Tired of this. Tired of this. Make you want to scream. Okay. Stop pressuring me. Just stop pressuring me. Just stop pressuring me. Make me wanna scream. All my life I did it and then I turn on this evening. Oh, I didn't even monetize this video. And that's messed up too, because you know why? I'm monetizing it now. Because this really isn't about nothing dirty or criminal or anything, really, not yet. So I have a chance of having full monetization on this video. A lot of my videos, they get demonetized because of the content. All right, I'm looking for the super chats. Did they move it? I think they moved the super chats. I can't see them. Where are they now? It wouldn't be an analytics. Engagement? Nope. I don't look, I don't like looking at this analytic crap. Honestly, I gave up on YouTube in terms of trying to grow my channel, even though I have seen that I've gained some subscribers and I'm getting close to 28,000 subscribers. I've had to come to terms with YouTube and all that type of stuff. And I basically gave up on trying to grow my channel to a certain level or grow it to because I'm just not on YouTube's algorithm like that, where they're gonna really push my videos like they push other people. And I don't even know why I'm saying this right now. I'm trying to find the super chat so I could see all the super chats. Hey Nathan, thank you for your super chat. You said help me navigate Sagittarius South Node 23rd degree conjunct Pluto 17th 8th house. All right, I could give you a little bit of information on that. But if you want like the real breakdown, I suggest you get a reading with me. But let me get to Benita first. Thank you, Kauai. I'll figure out where because they moved, because the super chat where you could see the super chat, it used to be under monetization and they moved it because you know YouTube's always changing stuff. All right, let's see. All right, Bonita, I got the Empress. I love the Empress card. That is a good card to get. So basically, your advice is to continue to step into full womanhood, right? You know, you turned 30 this year. So you are at the cusp of being that, like, you are a full grown woman. Don't get me wrong. But the Empress is also about, you know, stepping into your full grown womanhood in terms of your profession, in terms of career. Like, I know you got a good job and everything, but you got to ask yourself ultimately, what do you really want to do? What do you see yourself doing in terms of being successful? What's the best way that you can contribute to the well-being of others? What's the best way that you could be productive? Because that Empress card, it's not just about a woman that's sitting pretty and that's very attractive to men or, you know, to whoever object of their affection. That Empress card is a card of productivity. So with the Empress card, you could basically ask yourself, you know, am I really getting the most out of life by this job I have? Do I see myself working at this job 5 years from now? If you can't see that, Oh, beloved, I'm gonna get to you. Benita was first though. She was after Marcus, and then I'll get to you, beloved. Um, ask yourself, do you want to be where you are 5 years from now? If not, then you know you need to do certain things. Like you might need to go to school. You might need to enroll in a certificate or license program or something like that. And again, you're doing very well now, but imagine how much better you could be doing, especially once you do something that's more according to your passion. Because I know what you're currently doing right now is not really your passion. You know, you might derive fulfillment from it, but it's not exactly your labor of love, it's not exactly your passion. So yeah. And beloved, I gotta find your super chat. I think I could still scroll up and find it. Robot, I got you. Thank you for your super chat. Just give me a minute. I hope that helped, Bonita. But for the most part, I love the Empress card. That Empress card is beautiful. Beloved, do me a favor and just repost your question, because after a while I can only scroll up so much and then I can't see the old super chats, and I'm trying to find where YouTube moved the super chats because it's no longer where it used to be. Oh, but while I'm looking, or while I'm waiting for beloved to repost her question, said, does the Empress card represent pregnancy sometime? Yeah, but I know Bonita's not pregnant. I know that's not the case. You're welcome, love. You have a great night too, and thank you so much for joining the chat. Enjoy your work day or work night. Okay, you said the question was, what are the current energies in my life right now? Okay. And thank you for your super chat. But like I was saying, while I'm shuffling, I kind of gave up on YouTube in terms of wanting my channel to grow and stuff. And when I say gave up, I mean like in terms of like feeling some way about it. Because my thing is, why worry about something that really is not that much within your control? Now, there's some things I could do to grow my channel, but there's some things I'm not really willing to do, like a lot of gimmicky stuff, which I know will probably get me more views and subscribers. When I say I'm a like really authentic type of person, I really am. So I don't really do well when it comes to, oh, this is how you get views. This is how you get subscribers. Because if that's not who I really am, I can't fake the funk. So I learned that to be successful on YouTube, either you have to have content that a bunch of people love. So like if you had a food channel, you could get a lot of subscribers that way. People love food. Because I'm in such a small segment of society, the whole astrology thing, it makes sense that unless YouTube is pushing my channel, I'm not going to have growth like other channels do. And I've had to come to terms with that over the years. And a lot of that's dealing with aspects in my chart, like Saturn squaring my Venus and Uranus. And my Venus is conjoined to Uranus. That's the epitome of social media right there. And with that square, it's kind of hindering my growth. But again, I'm a lot to blame for that too, because there's just certain things I'm not willing to do. And I'm just not one of those people that like to be on all the time. I'm just not. So I guess I'm saying this to just say I have gotten over the whole thing about my channel not growing the way I wanted to and all that type of stuff. I'm at this point where I be giving YouTube the middle finger, like, screw you. You know, thank God I'm not dependent upon YouTube to make my money. That's the thing. Meaning like I'm not dependent upon ad revenue and monetized videos, because I make the bulk of my money through doing readings off of YouTube. So thankfully, I'm not totally dependent upon YouTube for my bread and butter, because if I was, I would have to get a day job. I'm just saying that. But yeah, I'm feeling very like disillusioned with YouTube. And if it wasn't for y'all, I would probably shut this channel down. Like literally, because I do not like YouTube. I don't like their policies. I don't like how they shadow. When I tell you, I feel like I'm shadow banned. And when I did a reading on it, it basically showed that I am shadow banned. Like they really do not promote my channel at all, or even suggested and stuff. I had to just say, you know what? And when I did a reading, it was basically saying because YouTube is not you, like you are not YouTube. YouTube is on some kind of sinister stuff, and you're not that. And when I say that, I don't mean like people that are successful on YouTube, they basically are on some sinister stuff, but I'm saying YouTube is. And because I'm highly spiritual, and not spiritual in terms of, oh, I'm doing this because I want to make money. No, I've always been a highly spiritual person and a person with morals and integrity. And basically, when I did a reading, the reading was saying YouTube ain't for you. Like you could be on it, but don't want it like that. You know that saying, be in the world, but not of it. That's basically what I have to be with YouTube. Be on YouTube, but don't be of it. And once I came to that, and sometimes it still kind of hurts. It still kind of hurts sometimes when I see somebody just eating a sandwich and they have 27,000 views in 2 days. And my fucking video that I put so much time and energy and effort into only has 1,000 views, and it's been 10 weeks. But again, it like once I did that reading, it really showed me like the cards were, no, it wasn't even the cards, it was a Sabian symbol reading. So it wasn't even like I could misinterpret what was being said. And it basically was like, you dealing with the forces of good and evil. And you can't want to be a part of something that's not who you really are. All right. Bonita said, just do a couple of videos with me as your sidekick. People would like the banter between us. You know what? You do got a point. We're going to talk. I'll probably call you tomorrow. All right. Sorry, beloved. I get distracted, especially during Gemini season. So here I go. I'm going to answer your question right now. So you said, what are the current energies in my life right now? I don't know. I feel like I just need to get that off of my chest about YouTube, because I used to take it really hard. But now I'm like, you know what? If I'm going to get rich, it won't be because of YouTube. That I know. And I will be rich someday. And it won't be because of YouTube. Wellness said, Ra, some of us been with you for years. I believe I have been watching you for over 6 years or so. Thank you so much, Wellness. And I know a lot of y'all been rocking with me for a long time, and I really appreciate it. And like I said, if it wasn't for y'all, I would probably just give up, because I'm like, sometimes I really be like, what's the point in doing this video when it's only going to get this amount of views? But I'm like, the people that are viewing it, that's what these videos are meant for. Even if it's only 500 people that viewed a video, obviously those 500 people, it was meant for them to see. All right, beloved, I got the world card. So when we're talking about energies, that world card can represent situations coming to completion, like I said before, but it can also deal with, what are you contributing? And you can ask yourself, any problems that you're dealing with right now, ask yourself how much you are contributing to the problem. Because sometimes we might be dealing with problems. You're welcome. Sometimes we might be dealing with problems, but we're contributing to those problems and making it worse than what it is, or making it more severe than what it is. So that world card is telling you to really examine your motivations and also your actions when it comes to certain situations, because after all, it's your world. And that's what that world card means. It's your world. It's up to you to create the world you want for yourself. And if there's certain things about your world that you don't like, then you have to excise those things out of your world. And you set the tone, you set the rules, you set things up according to how you want it, and let people know this is your world. So you gonna do what you want to do or what you need to do. And if people don't like it, they can move on. Be more self-contained. And that's another manifestation, or that's another meaning of that world card. Be more self-contained and don't worry about situations that are that are not within your control. Also, that world card can deal with travel. So you might be traveling soon, or you might have a trip that you are planning, and that could be part of the energies that are surrounding you. It's Felicia said, you have to be willing to give YouTube your all in all. That's why my channel is not bopping and I have 2 channels. I just can't every day it. Yeah, that's true. But then again, you have some channels where they're not posting every day, but when they do post, they get a lot of views. And again, a lot of times it's due to the content being very popular. And then some people, they just got it like that. But I will say, due to what's in your chart, that can make or break you on YouTube. And I already told y'all, I got Saturn square in both my Venus and Uranus. Venus is conjoined to Uranus, and that basically is representing the limitations that I face on social media. But I'll be the first one to admit that I'm a big reason for that, again, because I'm not the type to put some shoes on and tap dance for people just to get some views. I can't force myself to do that. I just can't. So anytime I do a video, there has to be a real purpose behind it, which is why I'm glad I started the sponsored videos, because I've always gotten a lot of requests for videos, but then, I don't have time to do them all. And then I was like, well, why don't I just set up a sponsorship program? And that keeps me, going. A lot of my videos get demonetized. So that's another issue that I have with YouTube. They will demonetize me for the littlest reason. And I'm sure they don't do that with other people. All I got to do is say shit and they're going to demonetize, or they'll limit my monetization. Or if I do a video about somebody that got killed, they're going to limit my monetization, or they're going to just straight up demonetize me. It happens. I would say the majority of my videos are probably limited monetization or demonetized. So when I tell you that YouTube will purposely thwart some people, some content creators' efforts, they really will. And I'm not the only YouTuber who has said that. There's other content creators that have noticed the same thing. It's Felicia said 500 views is still good. And maybe I need to think like that, because I don't see it as good. And that's because with my Venus and Libra, I'm comparing my channel to others. So, and it could be a channel that's talking about bubblegum, right? But if I see that they got 35,000 views and they've only had their video up for like 3 days, I'd be feeling some type of way sometimes. But I really had to get over that, because I'm like, you know what? You not having those views does not mean that your work is not of any value. You know what I mean? It's just that a lot of people can't find me because the algorithm. It's really it's terrible. So Felicia, for your YouTube channel, you can look at your Uranus, look and see where your Aquarius is, where Aquarius falls in your chart, and look at the 11th house and see if Uranus has any challenging aspects. If you have any planets in Aquarius that have challenging aspects, that could be the reason why. Even Venus, if you have Venus that's afflicted, that could be challenging to become popular on YouTube or any social media outlet. And I told you with that one girl, Danielle Johnson, she had some of the good hookups in terms of aspects that can result in becoming very prominent. So you could be somebody that's batshit crazy, right? Or you could be an idiot. I'm not saying she was, but we know she was batshit crazy. And you're getting all of these followers. Why? Because of what's in your chart. If you even have like Venus and Scorpio like she did, and then you add in the Pluto, Venus conjunct Pluto and Scorpio, that alone, you could get so many freaking followers. It's ridiculous. So sometimes it's not even about how good you are. It's about what's in your chart that's attracting all of these people. All right, let me see who else I got. I think I just have a few more to do, and then I'm going to sign off. Robot, let me see if you're next. You might be next, Robot. Robot Chicken. Remember that show, Robot Chicken? All right. Let's see. Robot. So Robot, I think you're next. And again, I'm still trying to find the chat. Hey, my assorted views. You said Child Whitney was the product of an affair and her real. Oh, yeah, I heard about. And what's up with the mom having an affair with the church guy, the pastor of the church or something like that? Sissy Houston. All right, Robot. If somebody did a super chat before Bad Robot, let me know, because this is the next one I'm seeing, but I don't want to miss somebody else. So you said, will my ex-girlfriend, who is a Gemini, will she get pregnant this year and keep the baby? Wait a minute. Let me make sure I got this right. You said, will my ex-girlfriend, I'm not even going to say her name because you don't want to put her out there like that. Will she get pregnant this year and keep the baby? Pregnant by you or by some other person? Because you're saying ex. And if she's an ex, why are you still smashing? Now, I know, that be happening. Sometimes the relationship ain't completely over. But still, like, what's up? But we going to see anyway. Because you didn't say, will she get pregnant by me? You said, will she get pregnant this year and keep the baby? All right, let's see. Sound like you still in love with her. You want her to have your baby? Thanks for my child. I'm thanking you, the man above. Thanks for my child. Remember that song? Women love that song. Hey, Christina. Hey. Christina, thank you so much. You said, oh no, you're definitely the coldest, Raw. One of the best on YouTube. So it's definitely not about the quality of your content. Thank you. Thank you. But you know what? I've always been the underdog. Always. Always been the underdog. Never been the one, never been the prom queen. And I'm just saying this, figuratively. Never been the one that gets the prize. I'm always the one that gets the booby prize, right? And I got to be happy with that. And that's how I feel with YouTube. Like, always got to be the underdog. So for your question, Bad Robot, I don't see her getting pregnant because I got the Queen of Swords. And the Queen of Swords, she ain't trying to get pregnant like that. So the answer, oh, you love Robot Chicken? So the answer, I don't see her getting pregnant, Bad Robot. But tell me, Bad Robot, are you trying to get her pregnant? And are you trying to win her back? If so, maybe I can help you with that. That's if she wants you back. Oh, thank you, Life's Fun. Thank you. That means a lot. Because honestly, though, I'm going to be candid with y'all real quick. When I found out that Danielle Johnson, that astrologer, the one that committed murder and suicide, when I was reading the article and it said she had over 100,000 followers on Twitter, I think it's on Twitter, like I was shaking my head because I was like, but then again, I have to blame myself because I'm not on Twitter. I don't like Twitter. But again, it's like, you don't have to even be that good at what you do as long as you're willing to post. If you post and post and post and post consistently and just post some things that you think some people are going to like, and you could be just bullshitting, because Hood Astro Queen, which is my protege, student of mine, she's an astrologer. She got her own YouTube channel. She's doing quite well too. Check her out if you haven't. She used to show me some of these Twitter posts of some of these astrologers, and like some of what they would be saying was just so crazy and out left field and stuff. I know I'm not saying Danielle's like that, but I was just like, sometimes I really question the universe and be like, universe, what do you have in store for me? Because this social media thing, it's not for me. You know, when I remember when I tried to do the Twitter thing, I didn't like it because I would post something and I would quickly get people that would unfollow me. And I never was able to really get into the rhythm of Twitter either because I just don't like the format. But I was just like, damn, why does it seem like the universe sometimes smiles on people that really aren't worthy? You know what I mean? Or it blesses people that really aren't worthy. Like, what was the purpose of her getting 100,000 followers only for her to commit murder and suicide? Like, that sounds like a waste of followers to me, when that could have been given to some astrologer. And I'm not even talking about myself, some other astrologer, maybe that's struggling, but maybe that's really good at what they do. They could have had those followers instead. But somebody like her gets all these goddamn followers. And look what she does. She turns around and kills her boyfriend, kills her child. Maybe she didn't kill the child with her own hands, but she pushed the child out the car and then kills herself. Why do people like that get blessings? But then you have other people that wouldn't dare do such a thing. They're left with the crumbs. But again, it kind of shows you how the world works. And one thing I've learned over the years is that when it comes to money, money is not prejudice, money is not bias, and money has nothing to do with good deeds. You could be doing good deeds all day long and be a pauper, be living in poverty. And you could be evil to the core and be a billionaire and make all this money. Or you could be a crazy bitch and you're getting all these fucking followers and people are hanging on your every fucking word. And I just sometimes be looking at the world like, this world is so upside down. It's ridiculous. It's even with music, especially with music. You got some talented musicians out there, talented singers, talented rappers, but then they put some non-singing bitch up there and can't even sing a tune, and she's making millions of dollars. Make it make sense. This world is so freaking upside down. There's so many people that would love a lucky break that can really sing, that can really rap. But what do? You put some trashy ass bitch like Sexy Red on a pedestal, and now she's making all this money when you got true chicks where they don't got to take off their clothes and they can spit and hang with the best of the men, best of the male rappers, but they don't get this fame. They don't get the money. Why? I guess bottom line, we're living in an evil ass world, basically, when it comes down to it. Yeah, throw Rihanna in there. There's no reason why Rihanna should have the money she has. If you really want to be real, if this shit is really based on talent, there's no reason why Rihanna should have the money that she freaking has. Let's be real. Maybe, yeah, through the makeup, the Fenty line and all that. But in terms of singing, come on now. But then again, some of her music did have some catchy tunes and stuff. But is she a real talented singer? No, she's not. And I'm just like, wow, this world is so upside down. There's so many people that would love a lucky break, but they never get one. And it could be because they're not willing to sell their soul, or they're not willing to do certain things that's required, like sleep with Jay-Z. They're not willing to do certain things that's required to get you to the top. Right? Yeah. Okay, who am I working on now? I'm sorry, I am ranting tonight. But you know what? The Sun and Mercury's in my sixth house, so I do have some complaints right now. But yeah, that situation with that Danielle, it just had me shaking my head, because I'm just like, why do people like her get the shine? You know what I'm saying? But again, maybe it's a lesson for the masses, in terms of, don't just follow anybody because they have a lot of followers, because people will follow people simply because they got a lot of followers. And they didn't even really hear their message or read it or whatever, but because this person got 100,000 followers, they're going to follow them. Oh, they must have something good to say. Look how many followers they have. And then somebody told me in the comments section that this chick was trying to put a spell on another astrologer that she was in competition with. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you get it. There's that other chick, and she's not an astrologer, but she's an Aquarius. And I really should do a reading about her, but I should keep it for my Patreon because I don't want to become embroiled in this YouTube drama. But there's that other chick. She's an Aquarius. And Aquarius, if you're an Aquarius, you could do very well on social media, number one. And she's a Leo rising from what I heard. And if you're a Leo, you could do really well on social media because Leo rules popularity. Nathan, I'm gonna get to your question in a minute. Leo rules popularity and fame and all that. But even her, like, I'm looking at her and she has a totally different content. Like, she's not an astrologer, but she talks about things like relationships and stuff. Things have come out about this person that is very questionable about their character. Oh, my Mercury's in Sagittarius. Very questionable about her character, including dealing with, I'm not even going to get into detail, but I'll just say this. I started off watching some of this person's videos and I was like, okay, I agree with some of what they're saying. But then, like, some of their message started to become very extreme, too extreme for my taste. Because I don't see things in black and white like how she was doing. And then, like, this person has tons of followers, tons of subscribers, making a bunch of money, like doing conferences and stuff like that. But then it come to find out, when you peel back a few layers, you're seeing that this bitch is dusty and that she's evil and that she's cold-hearted and that she don't even treat the people that are closest to her with dignity, respect, and love. But this is a person that gets rewarded, right? This is a person, and even when the dirt comes out on them, most of their followers still hang with them. Most of their followers still ride with them. Why? I don't know, but maybe they haven't really found out like all the ins and outs like I have. But my thing is, you got people like that person making all this money and stuff, but they're really rotten to the core. And they're really leading a bunch of people off of a cliff. And I didn't feel this way about this person until, because like I said, I was digging some of their message. But then I had cause to pause once I saw how extreme she was becoming, or how some of her message was. And I was like, I can't get down with this. I also didn't like the way her cadence was, the way she talks and stuff. But I'm looking and I'm like, when the truth came out about this person, and when I say the truth, there's videos out there that's showing how this person is treating someone in their life, and it's horrible. When I say it's horrible, it is horrible. And I don't know if people follow this person, how many people have seen these videos. It's bad. But again, I'm looking and I'm like, but the universe is rewarding this person. They're getting all this clout, they're getting all this fame, they're getting all this money. But this person is a piece of shit. Like, seriously. And I'm just like, wow, we live in a crazy ass world. But like I said, I might do a reading on this person, but reserve it to Patreon. And actually, even when it comes, I'm sorry, y'all. How long was there no audio? Damn, I was just talking. How long was I running my mouth and there was no audio? Damn, I'm sorry, y'all. And that just means I gotta go soon. But yeah, I was going through it. Now, Kevin, you said, Lord, the spirit of Danielle is letting you have it. Letting me have it in what way?
her spirit is tormented, and I'm not tormented in any way. I'm not crazy. She was the crazy one. But no, her spirit is not letting me have it. Not in the least bit. And if anything, it just goes to show again, you could be successful, but if you don't have your mind right, all that success don't mean nothing. Yeah, I hit mute by mistake because I was running my mouth. Thank you, my assorted views. Yes, I am just venting, and we're all allowed to vent every now and then. But yeah, her spirit is not getting to me at all. And like I said, I didn't even know who the hell she was before this story came out. So it's not like I would be looking at her like, oh, damn, she got all these followers. I'm just talking about after the fact. I find it to be very interesting that the crazy people or the evil people, they're the ones that get the shine, they get all the followers and stuff. And then you find out later on that they're dark-sided or that they're crazy. Like the one I was just talking about, the one that's not an astrologer, but she got a popular YouTube channel. And basically, come to find out, this chick is rotten to the core because I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen videos where this person is doing some crazy stuff, and I'm just like, wow, wow. So yeah, I was thinking about doing a Patreon video. So that's where I got cut off. So I was thinking about doing a Patreon video on this person. And oh, I see what you mean about QM. Thank you, Bad Robot. I was thinking about doing a Patreon video, but like I was saying, am I still on mute? Press 1 if you can hear me. But like I was saying, I have some silent patrons where I don't ever hear from them. So I don't know if they might go back and tell this person, because maybe they're a follower of hers, and tell them, oh, this astrologer is making some videos talking trash about you, and now I'm being brought into the drama. So I may not even make a video about it at all because I don't want to be pulled into drama. But I am going to speak my mind on certain things without naming names, because I don't want to name names on my YouTube channel because, again, I don't want to, badmouth anybody like that. But I think some of y'all know who I'm talking about. Bad Robot says she made us astrologers look bad. You talking about Danielle? Yeah. But oh, Nathan, I'm sorry. I've been neglecting you, Nathan. And Nathan, and then I think it's just one more person after Nathan, and then I'm gonna close this live stream, and I'll come back tomorrow with the rest of the celebrities. Wait a minute, Nathan, you might be the last one. If somebody else posted a super chat, let me know before I log off. You said, help me navigate South Node, Sagittarius, conjoining Pluto, 8th house. That's some heavy energy to deal with. Number one, if you go to college or university, you might end up accumulating a lot of student loan debt. And that 23rd degree can very well deal with education. But you could also incur a lot of debt through traveling long distances with that Sagittarius South Node conjoined to Pluto. Another thing that can come with that conjunction, especially being in the 8th house, is that you could give yourself up to a sense of futility at times. Futility meaning you feel like you act like you don't have any power over the situation, or you don't have any ability to change your situation. You might feel like things are too fated or too already predetermined. What's that term called? Not divine intervention, predestination. There's some scientists out there, and this is a whole nother subject, but this is kind of along the lines of what I'm talking about with that Sagittarius South Node conjoining Pluto. There's some scientists that believe that all there is predestination, meaning we have no free will.
when you have the South Node of Sagittarius conjoining Pluto in the eighth house, sometimes it could feel like you have no control over how things are unfolding in your life. And you might give yourself over to a sense of futility as if you have no power or control over a situation. And sometimes you could actually be in situations where you really don't have much control, because we are talking about that eighth house. And that eighth house very much deals with other people, and especially other people's influence over your life. Sex is one thing you got to look out for. You could be sexually promiscuous with that conjunction. If not, you could be very you could have just strong sexual urges even if you're not acting on these urges. With Sagittarius, you could be more on the beast like end. Sagittarius is half man, half beast. And Pluto can keep you locked into that beast like existence if you're not careful, especially focusing too much on sex. So you need to really move towards that Gemini North node. That's on the light side. Go from the dark to the light. Step into the light. Step into the light, Carol Ann. North node in Gemini in the second house. That's basically you establishing a system of values, and where you're going to stick to those values, and where you could get those values through some books that you read, because that could be how Gemini is manifesting. So you might be reading some books that really help you to rise above some of the lower vibrational energy that you're dealing with that conjunction in that eighth house. But like I said, I could talk at length about that conjunction. So if you really want the nitty gritty, get a reading. And I'll be posting the link to my website in the description section after this video is done. Who's Armand? Sam said, well, one thing I will say, they may get rewarded monetarily, but trust me, a solid, worthy soul is so much better. I agree. Just like Lauryn Hill said, wisdom is better than silver and gold. And actually, that's a line from the Bible. It's so true. And that's the thing. Like, sometimes I still might, get a little frustrated or get a little disillusioned about this world and how it works. But I do understand, there's this other saying in the Bible, don't store up treasures in your home or something like that. Create treasures in heaven by doing good deeds or something like that. So yeah, I do get it. And there's a price that comes with being a spiritual person. And sometimes that price can be not being able to be as successful or make as much money as the other person. But I refuse to be a poor righteous teacher. I refuse, because at the end of the day, we all have to eat, right? So I'm not going to be some poor righteous teacher and just be like, oh, I'm just doing this work for the Lord, which is why, I do charge for my services. So, but at the same time, I understand not all money is good money, and money at the end of the day is not the main important factor in life. It's just not. We need it to survive, but it shouldn't require you to compromise your integrity. Yes, Nathan, definitely consider getting a reading. Hey, King Jason. My sort of view said, yes, that price means you might be overlooked by the world, right? Yep. I'm going to post the link to my website. Actually, I'm going to put it in the chat, but I'll also post it in the description section after I get done. But there's my website. Just click order a reading up at the top, and then it'll pull up a list of my offerings and all that good stuff. But yeah, sometimes I just got to get my rant out a little bit. And yeah, that story about Danielle, it did kind of, it hit home a little bit, only because she was an astrologer. I'm an astrologer. I'm sure I'm not the only astrologer that was a little affected by that story, because, we're all of the same profession. Sam said, which celebrity's chart is the most interesting you've seen? That's a good question. So many celebrities. I'm gonna have to think about that one, Sam, and get back to you. But my first response was gonna be Prince, just because I love Prince. So I was gonna be biased, be like, Prince. But no, his chart isn't the most interesting I've seen, I'm sure. I agree, Felicia, but we're also supposed to have abundance too. Yes. And the thing is, I'm just not willing to compromise my integrity to get that abundance. I'm just not. If that was the case, I would have married somebody a long time, not married, but started dating somebody a long time ago because I had the chance and he had money. And I said, no, I refuse because he was married at the time and his wife was pregnant. And he's somebody pretty well known too. Um, Maybe not now, but somebody that people used to know of. But the wife that he had, I think they're still married. She's rather well known. So she's an actress, and I'm not going to name names. But yeah, at one point I was approached by this man, and he was really digging me. And I knew he had money because he was a professional athlete, and his wife was a professional actress, and she was pregnant at the time. How did I know she was pregnant? Because it was in the media. And I could have easily took him up on that offer, even if it was just to get my hands on some chips real quick, maybe get him to buy me some jewelry, maybe to get me to buy me a car or something. Maybe I could have juiced him like that. But see, I'm not really down with dealing with married men, number one. Number two, he wasn't my type at all. He didn't do it for me at all. And I can't really fake the funk when it comes to looks. That's why I could never be a gold digger. But yeah, I had the opportunity to, maybe come up in the world through some man playing a gold digger role, but I can't do that stuff. I'm just not that type of person. So yeah, it's really about who you are. No, not Shaq. I might have told y'all the Shaq story. With Shaq, I was at the basketball game. See, let me retell this story real quick. Because I'm like, that is one of the moments that I'm like, yeah. So yeah, it wasn't Shaq though. So Shaq, the guy that I'm talking about, he was a professional football player, not basketball player. Now, but Shaq, with him, I was at the Orlando Magic 76 versus 76ers game, right? I had floor seats, and I bought the tickets for my boyfriend at the time because he loved the Sixers. But I also bought the tickets for myself because I love Penny Hardaway, who was playing on the Orlando Magic team back then. And Shaq was playing on the Orlando Magic team too. So I got floor seats, meaning we're front row for floor seats because me being a Sagittarius, if I want to do something, I like to go all out. I will spend the extra money if that means I can get front row seats or whatever like that. So, and it was my boyfriend's birthday. So I was like, okay, I'm going to spend the extra money. We're going to get floor seats. When I say we got floor seats, we're the first row right underneath the basket. So we're not on the floor where the players are, but we're right underneath the basket. And I believe it was on the Orlando side to begin with. And so the bench that Orlando was on was only like, I swear, it's maybe 20 feet away from me. So I could clearly see all the Orlando Magic members when they would sit on the bench. So when Shaq was sitting on the bench, he kept looking at me. And then finally, like when my eyes locked his, he basically mouthed, "Hi, how you doing?" And you know how he talks, like the way his mouth is, like you could really read his lips. And basically he smiled and was like, "Hi, how you doing?" So I was like, "Oh, okay." I basically knew at that point if I wanted Shaq, I could have made some arrangements and went to another game and sat, you know what I mean? That's how these chicks be doing it. They be getting the floor seats, sitting in that front row, looking all pretty and stuff, and those basketball players be scoping them out. And that's how they be getting these players. But again, I was not I've never been a gold digger. I've never been that type of chick where I'm going after a man's money. I'm just too authentic. I can't fake the funk. So yeah, not like I didn't have some chances. I've also been approached with I've been approached with a reality show before. I didn't take that offer. Why? Because they wanted me to do something like the Long Island Medium. They was like, you know that show, the Long Island Medium? Well, we're trying to put together a reality show featuring that. And, you know, we would like to see if you want to be part. And I'm like, no, because I don't do that Long Island Medium stuff. There was another opportunity that I had that I passed up on because it just wasn't for me. So yeah, it's not like I haven't had opportunities to really make some serious money or to come up in life and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm very much about maintaining my integrity and dignity, and I'm just not going to do certain stuff. I'm just not. And I guess that's that because I haven't seen anybody say they did a super chat and I didn't answer their question. You said Rachel Ray was the most impressive because of all that damn Virgo energy. How did Rachel Ray come up? What we talking about? But yeah, I couldn't do what Shawnee did. You know how Shawnee married Shaq? And then he got this new young chick now. I'm pretty sure Shawnee was never attracted to Shaq, but she saw that big payday and she was like, okay, yeah, and let me have 6 kids for this guy, or how many kids she has. And now she put out a book where she's talking about her marriage with Shaq. So you see what happens when you base everything off of someone else's success. Now she's writing a book, even though she's remarried. Shawnee is writing a book where she's detailing, you know, how her marriage to Shaq was because she still has to cling to that, even though she has the success of the basketball wives. But how did she get the basketball wives? By being Shaq's wife. Does she have sun opposition Saturn? I don't want to be that type of person where everything that I do has to be contingent upon somebody else's success. And guess what? She's a Sagittarius like me. So Shaq must have a thing for Sagittarius women. But you know, a Sagittarius woman will eat a Pisces man alive, which Shaq is. Yup, she said she never loved him. Now, all that wasn't even necessary. I'm like, you married now. But see, she's trying to make some more money and she's doing it off of Shaq's back. I wouldn't feel good about myself trashing my ex like that. Even if, unless he really did me dirty, you know what I'm saying? But even if I needed money, I wouldn't want to have to rely on the fact that I was this famous person's ex to get that money. I wouldn't have self-respect. I just wouldn't. But a lot of people, they don't care. They just gonna do it. Robin said, I want to go home in Philippines. I'm struggling, stressed here in Kuwait. Hopefully the state of Kuwait saw this, my message. Well, I hope you're able to make it home, Robin. What's wrong with Kuwait? What you don't like about Kuwait? Number one, it's probably hot as hell, but I would think the Philippines is hot too. Are you saying that the state of Kuwait is holding you against your will? I hope that's not the case. Sam said, I don't blame him. I love Sagittarius, my favorite sign. Well, okay, I love you too then. Robin, you got me concerned. I hope everything is all right. Nathan, you don't want to be in no reality show because they be editing that shit to make you look bad sometimes. Robin, I'm waiting for a response before I log off, just to make sure you're okay. Because if there's some advice that I or maybe somebody in the chat can give you about your situation, that's what we're here for. It's like we're a family here. That's another reason why, there's benefits to having a smaller channel. It really is. It provides more of an intimate setting in the chat. You know, I feel like my channel, like my viewers, people in the chat, kind of feels like family like. So there are some benefits to having a smaller channel. Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to engage with the chat if I had like 100,000 subscribers, and then I got like 1,000 people in the live stream. and I've said this before, some of what is endearing as being a content creator of a small channel, I really don't want to give up. So I think again, I'm a big reason why my channel isn't where it should be, in my opinion. YouTube is a big reason too, but sometimes I know I'd be sending the universe mixed messages, like what I just did. I was just talking about, I like the intimate setting and I like how things feel like a family. And the bigger you get, you're not going to have that family feel, that family vibe. So, yeah. So Robin said, I request my passport, pay indemnity, my line of services. I want to go home seriously. But you're waiting for your passport. Okay. So that's the only thing you need. Hopefully that passport will come soon. But I would hate to think that you're stuck in a country where you don't want to be and you feel like you don't have any solution. But yeah, with that, it's already almost 1 a.m. I'm gonna let you guys go. There's 85 people in the chat, so I want to thank all of y'all for sticking with me for 4 hours, actually 5 hours. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll try my best to be back tomorrow with part 2. If I can't do it tomorrow, because it's always a toss up because things come up and people will place orders for readings, and I try to get the phone readings done as soon as I can. And so sometimes it just doesn't work out where I can do it the very next day, but I am going to try my hardest to do part 2 tomorrow. So if I can't do it tomorrow, it'll probably be either Tuesday or Thursday. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning into this live stream. And yes, Nathan, book a reading. Kauai said those people in Middle East are strict and will hold. I heard about that, especially like in Dubai and stuff like that. Freya said, love these long lives. Thank you very much, Freya. Thank you for attending this live stream. Thank you, Blazin. Blazin said this live was lit, boo. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, everybody have a good night. Get some sleep. And I will be back